as well. I know it's been a minute, everyone. Hello, how's everyone been? For me, I've been catching up on a lot of anime, catching up on some of my manhwa, starting some new ones. I actually started reading manga again for the first time. And hey, what does me in every single time without fail, you get a good rom-com anime in, and I am locked in. And it sucks because I've been burned more often than not when it comes to rom-com anime. But this one I'm watching right now, which is Marriage Toxin, is so good. It got me to start reading the manga, and I caught up. I caught up to the manga within 2 days of finishing the anime. So yeah, guilty as charged. It's just such a great story, and I love it when it's who is gonna end up with the main pro tag. I love stories like that. So Marriage Toxin, if you haven't seen it, highly recommend. I'm also watching, I think it's a Villager. I want to say it's like Villager level 99 or something. That one's decent. That one I'm watching right now. It's your generic fantasy slop, of course. That's what people are gonna say. But hey, I think there's a certain charm to it, you know? And yeah. Let's do that away. I don't know. My computer's being weird, guys, so please bear with me. I think I should still be streaming here. Cool. So we have a thing I want to do today in preparation for Sneznaya. I keep calling it Sneznaya, but it's Sneznaya. Huge update coming up in, I think, a week or two, or less than 2 weeks. Pretty big nation introduction. The fact that they just had Nodcry in between a buffer to hype up Sneznaya is honestly remarkable. So I'm excited to see where they go for the next nation. Already from what we've seen gameplay wise, with Aether having a rifle and the Shadow Realm, to this train that takes you all over the nation, seeing new opponents, new combinations, new swirls, especially with Stellar. Stellar combinations. That's all fun, and I cannot wait for them to add all that. In the meantime, we're kind of in that lull period where nothing is going on per se, except for some banner events. I know they're rerunning Columbina, and unfortunately, I would love to run for her. I don't have enough primos, and I'm trying to save up for maybe something even cooler in Sneznaya. It's a tough decision. I've been trying to grind out as much as I can, but hey, you only can go so far. But what I will say is today, we will be doing something in preparation for the road to Sneznaya. I think it would be really fun if we walked the entirety of Genshin Impact, at least to that as we know it, because someone mentioned this earlier. This could only be just the beginning for Genshin Impact, because the devs have this planned for the next decade of expansions and such. And how are they going to do that? We'll see. There's rumors of a Genshin Impact 2 to at least transfer some information over. But if they're expanding on this core game, I could definitely see this being, someone mentioned the Teyvat chapter, because, this is just all of Teyvat. There's so much more that they're hinting at. Of like where we could go with the story. So we'll see when we get there. We are to our final nation, so at least this will become the end of our arc to the 7 nations that we learn about in Mondstadt at the very, very beginning of the game. And I cannot wait to see where they go here. But I also feel like, to do a recap, I think it'd be fun is if we walk the entirety of the map. And we will start with our first introduction on Star Snatch Cliff, where we first made contact in Genshin Impact. And now here's the thing. I'm going to switch to my gameplay now, but we're going to set some rules, okay? So the rules for this long walk. I am unable throughout this entire stream to teleport. It all has to be on foot. And we are going to walk. We must touch every nation. I will give myself one out. One out to teleport in case we slow down, say Inazuma, or I know Nod Cry, or actually not Nod Cry, but like maybe Natlan if we decide to do the resort. That is my only out to teleport once. But for the rest of it, including getting to Inazuma, I have to travel on foot or travel on ice. And I have my cryo squad equipped just to handle that. Now, just walking would be boring enough. So I'm going to throw in some stakes. Every 10 minutes of the stream, starting from when we're walking, I have this pulled up. And let's see if I can make this bigger for all of you. I found this website. Okay, it is not loading. Okay, there it is. Cool. So we have, it's crashing again. Let's close this. Please bear with me. My internet's been so wonky. I think we just had like a thunderstorm, so that's why everything is a little slow. Here, let's pull this back up. Come on, there we go. Okay, so I have this with me. Conversationstarters.com. Now, I have these questions. If you could give one piece of advice to the whole world, what would it be? We're not going to answer it because every 10 minutes on our journey, I'm going to pull this up. I'm going to answer whatever question comes up. And if I can't answer it, I have to fight either hilichurls, slimes, or electromages, or anything that's nearby. I have to beat them with my squad, which isn't that great. And then I can continue my journey. So that's what we're going to do today. I have this conversation starter ready. And let's see, stopwatch. I got a stopwatch ready as well. So let us begin our long walk, starting now. Okay. I honestly expect this to take... Yeah, so we're on Star Snatch Cliff, where we first met. I honestly expect this to take... I'm hoping a couple hours, but we'll see. But yeah, as we go through this, I also want to kind of recap. So when I started playing Genshin Impact, I actually heard about this game when it first launched, but I actually didn't download it and start playing it until they actually had Leeway. And I think they had all of Leeway, at least the Archon quest, completely finished. When I first started playing, and then I took gaps and breaks in between, and then I had this long gap. Up, and there's Mondstadt with our expansion too, which is crazy. The whole expansion with, of course, Dormant Port, the old sanatorium. I love just everything they've done. Oh, and also for like temples and things we teleport to, we're not gonna touch any of that. Just want to put it out there. But I just love the introduction for Genshin Impact because I want to say I played Breath of the Wild before I started Genshin Impact. And when I started Genshin Impact, it wasn't on the PC. That's right. I didn't play it on the PC. I played it on my phone. And the problem I ran into was it took forever to load. It kept overheating my phone. And it drained so much battery. That's why I stopped and I switched over to PC.
Time to go.
And I also liked how it played smoother and the graphics were so much better on the PC. This is also the place where we met Storm Terror and Venti for the first time, and you were wondering who Venti was. You didn't even know he was an Archon. You didn't know what anything was going on. Aside from you making it to the city and then running into Amber, of course. So this is bringing up some nostalgia. But the fact that since the first ever, like they mentioned, I think 7 nations. I didn't think they'd get there. I saw Leeway. I'm like, oh, cool. This is the whole game. But the fact they added Inazuma, I'm like, oh, this actually looks pretty cool. And I just love like the contrasting colors with each nation.
Time to go.
It really gives it its own identity, especially with the architecture, the character designs, and then just even down to the NPCs.
Time to go.
Yeah, and then we have the birds here. We got Timmy usually would stand over here. Yeah, Mondstadt will forever be nostalgic for me. And the one thing that I wish I went to, it wasn't possible, but I wish I went to that event. We're gonna go around this way.
Time to go.
I wish I went to China when they had that like in-person Genshin like walk in Mondstadt where they had the characters actually come out and interact with people. Granted, all in Mandarin because Genshin is huge in China, but I wish I would have been there because that looked so cool and I would have eaten all of that up. Fun fact, I actually so I'm in Florida.
Freeze.
There we go. And over in Florida, we have this thing called MegaCon.
Unleash.
Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. No, no, back. Back! That did not work out the way I intended. Okay.
Life goes on.
There we go. Chi-Chi, come on. Thank you. But yeah, so when I went to MegaCon, I actually ran into Zach Aguilar, who voices Aether. So that was pretty cool. But then I also ran into... Okay, now I have to swim the rest of the way. Great. I gotta get better at this before I make it to Inazuma. But then I also met the voice actress for Venti. And that was pretty surreal. She, like, the fact that they can transform... They're so talented, all the voice actors. They can transform their voices to fit the characters. And it's like a 1-for-1. It's just... There's just so much talent when it comes to voice acting that people take for granted. Because you are essentially standing in like a closed booth for hours on end reading lines and giving your all in acting through like a whole performance. Because your voice has to make these characters that you're watching seem like real people. And people take it for granted. But voice acting is honestly one of the most underrated jobs in an industry. By far, it's up there with, I would say, artists, and same with, I would argue, anyone who does sound or does lighting in film, like any crew member that doesn't really get spotlight, like major actors, gets underappreciated. And it's so sad nowadays because now all the conversation about voice acting, all the controversy now is around AI and how they're trying to use AI to replace voice actors because they feel like they can and there won't be a quality change. Well, that's not true. There's a clear difference. Everyone who appreciates the medium or understands the medium knows that. Like, you can tell when a voice actor or actress or a VA is like subpar compared to the rest based on the performance alone. You can tell when they go beyond, you know, plus ultra. Speaking of all I watched My Hero Academia, and I am someone who will say this, as much as someone who prefers sub over dub, there are a few exceptions for dubs I prefer over the sub. And My Hero's the rare, the very rare, where am I going? Perfect. It's one of the very rare examples of a show that has an amazing dub and amazing sub, where it's interchangeable. And I've watched episodes back to back where I've listened to the sub, gone over to the dub, and it's been like the same to me. in terms of just excellent quality. Like I love All Might in the dub, and I also love him in the sub. Like it's great. And it's funny because it's almost like two different interpretations, but I don't know. There's just something about My Hero Academia that just works so well for me compared to other dubs. Another dub that I actually really like is Full Metal Alchemist. I prefer it over the sub just because I'm not really a fan of how I'm gonna bang my head against someone or against a wall because I can't remember. Why did I say someone? That's so weird. But Edward. I think it's Edward, right? The main guy. Edward. It's been a while since I watched Full Metal. But I don't like him in the sub. I like him more in the dub because he seems more mature. At least his voice. I just feel like his voice is very high-pitched in the sub, and I'm not really a big fan of that. But he also has that childlike charm to him. Like, he'll have like a deeper voice and a more serious voice for those moments. But when it's like time to get goofy, of course, he cracks jokes and they banter and stuff, and that's good. Especially with Winry. Yeah. All right. Now, let's see what time it is. I should also have this up. I forgot. Okay, we're 8 minutes in. So Full Metal Alchemist is great. I also like what other dub? Yu Yu Hakusho. I like the Yu Yu Hakusho dub. And Studio Ghibli. I had a whole conversation with someone about this. Wait, did I go the wrong way? I went the wrong way. I went to Storm Terror's lair. No, I have to backtrack. Oh no. I'm gonna get lost. I feel like Zoro. But anyways, so the Studio Ghibli, I call it Ghibli, not Ghibli. That's also interchangeable for me. Tomato, tomato, right? But I think Studio Ghibli has an amazing dub cast too. Like they have like literally Robert Pattinson. You have Christian Bale, Mark Hamill. Like you have such a great cast, and this is like a conversation I had with it. Are we tired of celebrity voice actors or picking celebrity voice actors over traditional voice actors? For example, if you're a famous actor and then you're like voicing a character because of your name, like, is that a bad thing? I would say ordinarily, yes. But the thing is, for me, I kind of disagree with that notion just because I think sometimes famous actors have done voice acting in the past, and they're very versatile, and they can actually give like a proper performance to voice acting as opposed to just their voice again. And since they're a popular voice, not naming names, but Chris Pratt here.
What's the hurry?
I feel like you have more versatility with some other voice actors that take it a little bit more seriously. Okay, I have to go right here. That's where I messed up. There we go. All right, and we hit 10 minutes. So time for our first question. What are you most proud of? That's a good question. I guess off the top of my head, I'm most proud of where I've gone. And it's also kind of like this long walk that we're on right now throughout Genshin Impact and just going over the history of, we used to just have Mansa and Liyue, and now we're getting into Snezhnaya. That's pretty big. And the fact that the game is still producing high quality content and amazing characters and amazing stories just goes to show us like how great of a game Genshin Impact is and why I'm very proud to play this game. The same thing goes with my life. Is I've started in a place where I was at a very, very low point. And it is through sacrifice and working hard and pushing myself to reach greater and greater heights that led me to a lot of successes I wouldn't have seen otherwise. So the thing I'm most proud of, at least right now, is my perseverance. And I highly encourage anyone watching, if you are going through something right now, trust me, keep working hard, keep pushing through. Sometimes, yes, work smarter, not harder, but sometimes you gotta work through the difficult hurdles in your life. And trust me, when you do that, and if you have a clear goal in mind, that is something that is helpful, that will be productive. Like, I want to get a job, or I want to work on myself, or I want to better prepare myself and socialize more, or work out more so I get stronger. If you have these goals in mind and you work hard towards those, you will end up much, much happier in life. And that is what I'm most proud of, is I took those steps to, I want to socialize more. I want to get into streaming more. I want to own my own life and to be my own person without being embarrassed to showcase who I am and to neglect what my core is deep down. That is what I'm most proud of. And yeah, I don't know. I think that's a pretty good answer. So let's continue. As we run away. Yeah, this is almost like a hidden pathway, the stone gate. There we go. This is the path we need to take to Leeway. I just never walk this because we just don't walk on foot. Also, there was something funny I saw. There was someone who literally played Genshin Impact without activating a single waypoint. How do you even play the game without activating a waypoint? I have to like go back and forth just for the like daily commissions. I need the waypoint. So what do you mean you just do it on foot? That's what's crazy to me. That person's insane. Like, they need help. All right, it's been a while since I've been in this area. The last time I was over here is when I got the compass for Leeway, the stone compass, and I was searching for chests. I also remember when I was first playing, I actually didn't beat Storm Terror yet. And instead, I just kind of was exploring. I'm like, how far does this map go? And I accidentally landed here with the different statue of Zhongli. And I was like, oh, I don't think I'm supposed to be here yet. So I made it to the end and I immediately backtracked. It was so funny. Because I didn't realize you could go ahead and skip nations without completing the story quest. Like, it literally was like, yeah, you can just explore a nation without completing the story quest for the Archon quest for Mondstadt. And I'm like, that's crazy. Yes. But I love the look of the inn. I just love all the oranges. And this is where, to me, Genshin Impact feels and hooked me even more. Because, yes, you had the fantasy story, the traditional fantasy setting of something that's inspired by Germany or Norway within Mondstadt. I think also the Netherlands a little bit. There's like a combination of a couple European countries. But once you get here, it's a completely different vibe. And this is what I love the most about Genshin Impact, even looking back at it 6.5 nations later, because I'll count Nodcry as like a half a nation. As you look back and you see the incorporations of different cultures, different stories, different people, cuisines, and this is also why maybe I also love to travel. I've been to China. I've been to Korea twice. I've been to Mexico. I've been to Iceland and Greenland. So I've almost been to almost every single continent. And to me, that's why I love travel, is you get to see a different world around you. Whether the weather is worse off because it's more extreme with the heat, humidity. Maybe it's colder, more barren. The food could be different. Like, there's so many things going on. And that's one thing I love, is just when you're exploring like different areas, like for example, like, oh my gosh, there's a house on a mountain or built into the mountain. Like there's literal pictures of, because Leeway is mostly inspired by China, of like areas in real life China at night that legitimately look like it's out of a fantasy setting. It's otherworldly. And I love that. I am half Chinese and half Mexican, in case you're wondering. And that's one of the coolest things I love about who I am as a person, is I already have that incorporated element of being mixed and having two different cultures, and being a part of two different rich cultures where I have different cuisines, different people, from music to activities to just aesthetics, right? So I don't know. I just love everything about this. Also, I like take every time I do like a history class on this, like whether it's learning about terracotta soldiers or like the dynasties or Taoism or Buddhism, and like thinking about not even just religions, but also philosophies too. That's like the most interesting thing to me because it forms languages. It tells a story of how some people get persecuted based on who's in charge. And how things end up, where why are all the, I went to Korea and it's like, oh, why are all the temples in the mountains? Well, there was a time where they were in the city, but they were driven out because whoever was in power didn't like them there. So they got booted out and needed to seek refuge in the mountains because that was the only place that they were allowed in. So just stuff like that, I'm just like so fascinated by. And like, look, I wouldn't call myself the biggest fan of iShow Speed. I actually knew who he was before he made it big. And I think that's kind of a flex. But I do respect him when he did his like journey across these countries. Like he did Asia, he did Africa, he did Europe. And just showing young people the wider world out there and, you know, almost like encouraging them to go explore and see for themselves how people from around the world live. And even if there's that cultural shock, there's some beauty behind it too. And maybe that's why I'm also big into anime and now K-dramas and K-pop, because I just get so fascinated by this. I would also crack jokes with my brothers. I'm like, yes, we are like the ancient Chinese. We carry on the dynasty. I have two younger brothers, by the way. And it's just something cool. And now we are at Liyue, which Liyue is one of the most beautiful nations, in my opinion, in the game. I think it's Liyue. I want to say Liyue. I love the aesthetics in Inazuma, but Inazuma is a little bit lower on the list. I think Liyue and Fontaine are my two favorite nations to look at. And Liyue alone is just look at Liyue Harbor for a second. Look at all the reds. You got a floating castle. You got trees, and also the best Archon, Zhongli. I don't know. And as someone who's been to China and I've been to like the Forbidden City, and it's like, oh yeah, thousands of people used to live and work here. I'm like, what? Oh, and also one of my favorite anime. One thing I also like to bring up is Apothecary Diaries, which is such an amazing anime because it's about historical China. Yes, dramatized, of course, not real, of course. But wait, what is this? Oh, CC. Oh, I thought it was having me talk to the pigeon. I was like, wait, what? But yeah, no, but just the idea of like, look how different the ship designs versus Western ships, like East versus West. I don't know. That's just what I love about the internet age nowadays. There are a lot of bad things that have happened, but just the idea of now we can be interconnected in such great ways. Yes, you have the annoying TikTok stuff. Come with me as we travel to this nation, and it's definitely like, oh yeah, the tourist traps are the popular spots. Like, you guys need to see this. I'm personally someone who's like, okay, you can do the touristy things, but also try and do things that people haven't really been to. Okay, where's Inazuma? Okay, this is gonna be a far journey. All right, let's see if I can make it to the ship. I should have gone to the forest. Dang. Do I have to go back? I think I should go back. At least get to the stone forest, you know? And also, we do have a cheat. We have one teleport. So if we really need to, I'll teleport to Inazuma. The only problem, though, is we have to figure out a way to get back. All right, so let's go. Yeah, because if I get closer to this cliff, I can jump off, and I think I can make it to the stone forest. All right. Also, what time is it? All right. I think it's also time for another question. All right. What is the first thing you think about in the morning? Ooh, that's a good question. All right. The first thing I think about is, what is something I need to take care of right now? And if I don't need to take care of it right now, I'm going to remain in bed for the next 2 hours. So if I have work in like an hour, I force myself to get up. That's what I think about. But when I have nothing or it's my weekend, I am staying in bed for as long as possible. It's a simple answer, all right? That I feel like that's a fair point. All right, let's continue our journey. Also, what's funny about China is one of the people that actually inspired me to start streaming was actually Ludwig. So, little backstory for me if you haven't been watching me for that long. I actually started off wanting to make YouTube videos about anime because I thought YouTube was one of the coolest things in the world, which I still do. I think if you become like a content creator and you make these amazing YouTube videos, like I love, like, even if you don't, I love the Trash Taste guys. Like my favorite used to be the Anime Man and Giguk, and it's funny because I actually drifted away from both of them, and now I'm more of a bigger fan of Sea Dog, who I didn't know pre Trash Taste, and I actually looked into him after the fact that they started making that podcast. But just talking about anime for a living and just hanging out with your friends, I thought was one of the coolest things ever. So I wanted to get into YouTube. Well,
What's the hurry?
I didn't know how to start, so I looked up how do you become a YouTuber? How do you become a successful YouTuber? And that's when I stumbled across Ludwig's video. Now, I had no clue of who Ludwig was, and I watched his video. I thought he was a funny dude. So I took his advice, narrowed my niche, and I started from there. And it's funny because several years later, I have over 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. And even though for a lot of people, like, yeah, that's not that big. You're not that successful. You're not earning any money. To me, it's a pretty big deal because 1,000 people, not me, I didn't subscribe to myself. That was my rule. But 1,000 people liked me enough to subscribe to me. Even if they don't visit every video, even if they stopped watching me, the fact that they hit that subscribe button meant a lot to me. And that's why I ended up where I ended up. So looking back at it, I'm just kind of I guess I'm kind of in awe that I've made it to this point. And so after some self-reflecting of doing YouTube and enjoying it, I just thought to myself, well, Ludwig also had this other video recommended to me because I watched that YouTube one, and it's how to make it into streaming. And it was kind of like a tangent of like, hey, I made one on how to become a successful YouTuber. Let's do one on streaming. And I watched it and I'm like, I'm not going to become a streamer, guys. There's no way. I don't know how to talk on camera. I don't know how to riff. I'm not that high energy. And after I was watching it, I was like, wait, maybe I can make it work. So I tried practicing streaming for a couple of times. And I was like, yeah, this is tough. After hour 3, and I still run into that issue. If I come off a work shift, I feel exhausted and I don't want to stream anymore. But there was something in me that sparked. And I told myself, no, I got to try one more time. And so I did that. I sat down and streamed again, and I actually got people talking back to me. Now, granted, I don't look at chat anymore, at least for this stream, because I'm trying to just get into the habit of streaming again and like actually producing content. But it was kind of a big deal for me because I'm just like, you know, as someone who believes in being yourself and not being ashamed to be or like the things that you like. I mean, I was an anime fan before COVID, guys. Like, I was watching Darling in the Franxx as it was coming out. I watched Mob Psycho when there were only 2 seasons out. I was a fan of My Hero Academia when season 3 hadn't aired yet, you know? Like, I think in the manga, they just got to Overhaul. That's how early in anime I was watching. Like, I was watching it on Verve, which, rest in peace, Verve. It was just, like, kind of a smaller streaming service like Crunchyroll. But, like, as someone who got, like... I didn't even get made fun of anime. If I said that, that would be lying, and I don't want to lie here. But it's just no one shared the same passion or interest in anime like I had, you know, at this time. Because it was pre-COVID, and no one knew how cool anime was. Or if they did, they're like, I only watch Attack on Titan. And nothing else, because all the other shows were weird. Which, granted, there were a lot of ecchi shows, like High School DxD. I mean, in high school, I was all over that.
What's
but
the hurry?
like, because I thought that was like, whoa, guys. Like, my third eye was opened. I'm like, you can get away with this in anime? With the amount of things I was seeing it. Like, straight up, like, I think it was like the first anime I watched where I saw like full-on nudity, and that shocked me because there was like one of the anime that had like an MA rating. I was like, this is crazy, man. But yeah, now it's all over the place. But all right, there's that ship. Let's climb the mountain. But yeah, so anyways, it's a long tangent, but that goes to show. So anyways, back to Ludwig. So one thing I saw for Ludwig that he did recently was he actually he was playing this game on stream called Road to Empress, which is funny because this is Road to Snezhnaya, but you know, he played a game called Road to Empress. But he basically asked them if he could be in the game because he played it as like kind of a joke, and they said yes. And so I don't know if you guys saw this. You probably did, because it's like it's a meme at this point, and it's so funny. But they actually got him, flew him out to China, and had him dress up as a character in Road to Empress. Yeah, I think it's the envoy of Fu Ling. That's his character. And I thought it's the funniest thing. But it also is kind of like a full circle of like this is who I aspire to be with streaming. Like, look, I get there are nuisance streamers. I get it. Like, there are bad actors. Don't get me wrong. Look, there's Inazuma over there. Can I make it this far? I wonder if we can take the ship closer. I don't think I can anymore. But at least let's make it to the ship, and then we'll see where we can go from here. But sorry, tangent. But yeah, I don't know. I just love the fact that like I am a fan of streamers that entertain in ways that is very productive to society. And I know that's weird because a lot of it is shit posting and, you know, friends like just, you know, fake beef and drama and whatnot. That's what a lot of streamers do, including Ludwig sometimes. But for the most part, what I will say with streaming that I appreciate is you at least have like create these communities that are there to explore and just have fun. And with Ludwig going to China and sharing his experiences, I thought that was really cool. Same with C-Dog when he voice acts in video games or they give insight in industries, you know? That to me is like really cool stuff. Aside from like, and you could be a streamer that could just annoy people that go in and cause drama like a lot of kick streamers, but that's what I like the most about streaming is that part. And yes, there are a lot of bad things. Let's see if I can get to Inazuma from here. Can I go to the captain and have him sail? But yeah, so sorry, I lost my train of thought because I was talking to that dude. Yeah, I don't think I can make it, so I'm gonna have to go on foot. I'm almost there though. I'm almost there. If we can't, then I'll use my teleport, but I'm gonna try not to. So the secret here is we want to get close enough to the water to use my cryo powers. Haha! We did it.
Wheel of life.
Okay, we're gonna slowly walk. Oh no. Oh!
Free.
Haha! Thank goodness for Chi-Chi.
Go.
But yeah, that's just a really cool part. Speaking of, this is actually a perfect moment for a segue as we're slowly making our way down. So let's do this. I'm going to pause because we're at 20 minutes here. Time for another question. A question from the audience. What is your least favorite chore? This is such a random question. Oh my gosh, look how far we moved. Let's get all the way here. I mean, it's not that far, I think. Yeah, we can make it. Least favorite chore, as someone who lives on his own, I think my least favorite chore is doing dishes. Because I don't do them. And I feel bad for my roommates. So I have, oh no. This is bad. Can I make it if we swim? All right, we're gonna go slow. I see it getting closer. Yeah, just Kaya swimming in the ocean, huh? Yeah, but it'd probably be just doing the dishes because I'm just not a fan of like... I only... Granted, I do eat out a lot and that is my vice. I do need to start cooking more. But I'll just... Every utensil, I feel bad, but my roommates will cover the slack and wash... And then throw everything in the dishwasher for me. But what I will say is I actually have a pretty cool roommate agreement. It's kind of like an unspoken rule where we just kind of like, if we see an issue, we'll just pick up the slack. So, for example, with paper towels in our apartment, with my roommates and I, what we'll do is we'll basically just like share and be like, okay, I bought paper towels last time. One of you two buy it next time. And then whoever buys it next time, the person who didn't either time would pick up the slack. So we all take turns pretty much. And what's also really nice about like our roommate kind of agreement. Oh my gosh, I'm running low. Okay. This is where it matters, okay? Let's see. I need to find a good one to boost my stamina. But also not one that doesn't take too much away. 60, 50. Okay, fine. 5 minutes. But yeah, it'd probably be just doing my dishes because I don't do them and I feel kind of bad. But in lieu of that, I do also help take out the garbage when the other two roommates don't. So again, that's kind of like our symbiotic relationship is like we kind of just live off each other. And like if one person doesn't do their job, we'll wait here. I'm going to wait for my gauge to fill up because what we have 272 seconds left. Nice. How much farther? Well, we're so far away. Okay, I'm using it. I'm sorry. I don't want to slow down. But we'll teleport, okay? There we go. I think Inazuma is probably just the toughest to get to. But yeah, so yeah, I do feel bad about that. That is the what chore I don't like doing the most, but I do take out the garbage and I also help with laundry and stuff. I do help clean the bathroom because I have a shared bathroom too. So it's just it's interesting because there's like the thing I like about my roommate agreement is we kind of just like when something needs to be done, we do it. And if we fail to do something, we just apologize and we make it up by taking over another chore. That's a good question. Let's see. Okay. So for this, I'm going to see. We don't have to go all the way to the peak. But I also want to walk through Inazuma. So let's try and get everywhere. All the way to the shrine at least. I feel like that's good. Also, where am I going? I do not know.
Time to go.
Yeah. Speaking of Inazuma, this is the nation people had the most beef with just because of the story. I actually dropped Genshin Impact because of Inazuma. I know, crazy. But funny story about Inazuma, it's not even I didn't even drop it because it was like bad by any means. How did I miss that, by the way? This pathway. Anyways. I just dropped it because I couldn't beat the Raiden Shogun the Raiden Shogun, the last boss for Act 3. Right before you face her, you have to beat and I'm already blanking on her name, the Fatui Harbinger. And I kept dying to her in her second phase. And it kept annoying me, so I stopped playing the game. Fun. And here, I know Inazuma is also inspired by Japan. And it's funny because I'm into anime and I love Japanese culture. But I don't think Inazuma is my favorite nation. I actually think it's on the lower end. And I agree with people. That's the crazy part. I agree. It's not the strongest nation in Genshin Impact. And I think it has to do with the annoying mechanics. I think it also has to do with just, I don't know. There's just a lot of the story that would have been more interesting had they tackled it a different way instead of it being tedious.
Time to go.
That's what I'm not really a big fan of, is the exploration part of Inazuma. There's a lot of cool things within it. I do like the Archon. I think I is a great character and it's very interesting when you delve into it. And Yai Miko too. But just everything around that I think could have been so much more interesting. And it's more a loss of potential that really drags down the nation on the rankings. Is it still a beautiful nation? Yeah. But from what we've seen from Genshin Impact, especially coming off Leeway, I think that's why a lot of people were disappointed. And I don't blame them because you had this whole like fight with this water god, right? I forgot the name of it. The whirlpool dude. The sea serpents made of water, right? You had to face them, and that was like a really cool end to Leeway. And Inazuma didn't really get there. It was really just a showdown and a lot of internal conflicts, which at the start was very interesting, but I think near the middle didn't really pan out. And then at the end, of course, they wrap up, and it was like, I liked how they wrapped it up, but it's just more that middle part that needed a little extra spice, you know? I think that's why people had issues with it. Some great cutscenes though. And I do like returning to Inazuma, but again, it's not my preferred nation of choice. I also only return to Inazuma when I need to gather materials to rank up characters. For example, like Kujo Sara. Like, that's my character I'm trying to get to level 90 now. Just because if you look right now, these storm beads, you can only get them in Inazuma, especially with the gemstones. And these flowers too. I needed to farm those, and those took a while too. Oh, speaking of, I almost forgot. We're at 10 minutes. Okay. Do you prefer to cook or order takeout? That's actually a really good question. Definitely not something I answered with the last question about chores. I like eating takeout a lot more. And granted, I do need to start cooking more. I used to do like this Go Fresh. Okay, we made it to the end. We're going to turn around and head towards the Kujo encampment now. So we got to backtrack a little bit. Also, we have wave riders. So that'll make everything easier. But yeah, like I just like takeout, not because I want to eat takeout, but the issue I run into a lot is I work extraneous hours because of the nature of my job. I work in entertainment at, without naming the company, let's say it's a place of amusement, okay? Maybe a park of amusement. And because of that, I'm not able to have normal hours. I actually work over holidays because that's our busiest time and such. So because I basically have nights where I don't get back until 10 p.m. at night and start at like 8 o'clock the next morning, I know that's crazy, right? You end at 10 o'clock at night, don't get back home until 11, and then you have to wake up at like 6 in the morning the next day. That's sometimes a reality for me in the nature of my job. But that being said, oh my gosh, I hope I don't drown. That'd be embarrassing. But that being said, I order takeout to remedy that. And thank goodness for 24/7 drive-thrus, because those have been lifesavers for me. Or restaurants that stay open past midnight. Like, I'm looking at Wendy's, McDonald's. Sometimes I hate it because it's unhealthy. But the fact that they're open and waiting for me, I appreciate it, man. Because sometimes I'm starving and I don't want to cook. I have to wake up early. And, you know, especially when they were doing like stuff like the K-pop Demon Hunters collab, which I bought those cards, guys. I bought it for the cards. I also got the Sonic collab going on. The cards for the... I think it's the Sonic trading card game, whatever, at Wendy's. I got a couple of those. Like, you know, call me childish. I'm a collector when it comes to stuff like that. And only stuff that I like K-pop Demon Hunters and Sonic, you know. Big fan of the Sonic movies, by the way. But yeah, if that answers the question, yeah, I do take out a lot. And sometimes, if you want a secret for what I like to do, sometimes meal prep takes forever. And so what I like doing is I like buying the healthy microwavable meals that you can find at a... Okay, it's back this way. The microwavable meals you can find at Publix, which Publix, if you don't know, if you're not from Florida, huge. It's like a better Target because you can get... They have an international food section that's much more in depth than Target. They have ready-to-go meals and healthy meals that I like getting for work because sometimes I don't have time to meal prep because of my crazy schedule, you know? That stuff is cool. All right. This boat is going to be a lifesaver. The same way that the Going Merry helps Luffy and his crew get through all of the East Blue, all of Skypiea, all of... shoot, what? I'm blanking on the name. Alabasta. There we go. This boat's going to do the same thing for me with Inazuma. It's going to be a lifesaver. Which, real quick, I gotta start over the timer because I don't want to, like, lose progress. And I'm going the wrong way. We gotta go this way. Also, I don't know. It's also just the fact that it has a lot more to do with the electromechanic. Actually, look, there's we can pick these up because they're for coins, right? I'm gonna back up a little bit. Come on. There we go. Investigate. I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take the free Mora, guys. I'll take the free Mora. Oh, back it up. Back it up. We're backing it up. I'm like looting. I also want to know the story behind this. Like, I'm assuming it's probably like shipwrecked. Like boxes full of coins because, you know, pirates and how Inazuma is. Because it's talking about the Navy too and trade routes. Like, that's what I also think could have been more interesting about Inazuma. If there was more of a presence of an army within the nation. Also, wasn't Inazuma also only 3 acts? Like, they had to wrap it up pretty quickly, and that's why it was very anticlimactic to a lot of people. That's what I think happened too. Yeah, I don't know. I still enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like so Genshin Impact runs into that issue I have with like the Toy Story movies. It's a weird tangent. I know. But so the reason why I bring up Toy Story is because Toy Story movies, if you haven't seen Toy Story 4 or 5, I recommend you still do. As long as you treat it as optional content and not like part of the main trilogy, which I think ends perfectly at 3. Like, so does everything else. But I feel like Toy Story 3 and 4 and 5, I think if you watch 4 and 5, you'll understand my point here exactly. I think they're fine movies. I think they're pretty good movies. The issue is they're the lowest rated movies if you start ranking the Toy Story movies. Not to say that they're bad by any means, but because, one, there's not necessarily a need to tell a greater story with 4 and 5. It's more we need money, and they were able to come up with some great stories with that. But the intentions behind it was more financially driven as opposed to like creatively driven, right? Creative driven. But what I will say is I think Genshin Impact is kind of the same way I view the Toy Story movies, where 1, 2, and 3 are really, really good. It's almost a perfect trilogy. And then you run into 4 and 5, and they're fine, but they're just not on the level of 1, 2, and 3. They're just on a whole nother plane of exceptional. And the reason why they look so bad, or people think they're bad, is because you're comparing them to some of the best films of all time, right? So that's my issue with Genshin Impact. People are like, oh yeah, Inazuma is trash. I'm like, Inazuma was not trash. I still enjoyed Inazuma. There are a lot of mechanics I did like. I like how you could teleport to these different floating leaves. I loved how you can explore areas like water would sink, and then there's a whole new area to explore. I also like, for example, these boats you can ride. I think this is the first time you could actually ride in boats in Genshin Impact. Up until this point. And I also just appreciate just the idea behind the flowers. Not necessarily playing gameplay-wise through the flowers, because that became annoying. But at least just riding through it, or going through force fields with it, I thought was a cool mechanic. Look, see, Electro Charge River too. Like, again, art direction, pretty good. I just think the reason why people call it trash is because you're comparing it to Leeway and Mondstadt that came before. Which, like, Mondstadt, I would say it's closer to Mondstadt. I would say Leeway, it goes Leeway, Mondstadt, and Inazuma. Like, Mondstadt for sure, but then Mondstadt got expansion, so it's much higher now. But with Inazuma, I think because you came off Leeway, which you had the port, you had the inn, you had the plains, you had Like, and then now they of course added the chasm and the stone forest, and just everything that came with Leeway at the start was just so rich in gameplay, so rich in lore, the look, the story, how you were framed for murder and you had to uncover it, and then you had the betrayal with Child and that fight with Child. Like, all of that was all of that was really good, and Inazuma just didn't get to that same level, and that's why I think people just look pretty poorly at it, you know? Like, I still think it's a fine nation. I just think it's on the lower end of the totem pole because Genshin has reached much higher heights than this, you know? And I did appreciate how they tried to make them... I listened to... I appreciate the soundtrack too. I should have mentioned this when I was walking through Mondstadt and Leeway. I love the Mondstadt and Leeway soundtracks. They're iconic. And Inazuma doesn't really have the same pull, but I do appreciate how it's different. And it's much more in line with sort of the instruments in Japanese culture, you know? Or it has a little bit more influence with that, you know? I don't know. That's what I appreciated the most. And as we go here, I think we're almost there. And also, I know there's a whole island here. We're also going to skip this just because it's so out of the way. Once we hit the shrine, then we'll circle to our next nation, which will be... wow, I'm stuck. I'm actually stuck. There we go. Our next nation, which would be... Seriously, did I really forget? Fontaine. No, it's before Fontaine. Natlan, Fontaine, Sumeru. There we go. Sumeru. Right. I'll talk more about Sumeru when we get there, but I don't know. I just feel like people can be way too harsh with their criticism. And by saying something is trash or awful when it's really just average or pretty good, just not on the same level as everything else, that to me is invalid criticism, in my opinion, because you're basing your criticism on something that shouldn't be a thing. You know what I mean? Oh shoot, there's lightning. All right, we're gonna circle around this island and then we're gonna go north. We're gonna sail through this thunderstorm. I think the Raiden Shogun probably heard me criticizing Inazuma. That's why she's trying to strike me down. I did also like how the entire twist in these... I thought it was funny. People called it lazy writing. I thought it was funny. It was literally the Raiden Shogun is not I. I was the literal Archon, and she put this clone of her, which was known as the Raiden Shogun, basically autopilot for her to run her nation. And the Vision Hut decree, she's like, you handle it, and then disappeared. I know that's like an oversimplification, but I just find that so funny. Okay, let's grab this. Cool. Mora. Chase after me, Mora. All right. Yeah, but overall, I still appreciate it. I still appreciate what they did. Is it far removed from the rest of the rest of the map? Yes. Does it make sense why it's so far south, despite, you know, them building it somewhere else? I can argue. I guess I can understand the argument, but if you wanted to emphasize the journey it would take, where you literally have to have this whole cutscene on a boat to get to Inazuma, I thought that part was cool to show like it wasn't as interconnected. And you do highlight Inazuma as an island nation, similar to how Japan is and how Japan works. It does also serve story purposes of it being an isolated nation. When the Vision Hunt decree happens, where you can't really call for help in the same way, I guess. So yeah, I don't know. I still enjoy Inazuma. That's what I'm trying to get at. But yeah, anyways, we're gonna pause real quick. I think we're at another 10 minutes. Yeah, we are. Perfect timing. If you were invisible for a day, what would you do? That's a good question. If I was invisible for a day, I know everyone's gonna be like, there are degenerates out there who are like, hey, 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 hey. Like when I think of invisible, I remember one of the funniest moments in One Piece. This is a little bit of a minor spoiler for Thriller. I think it's Thriller Bark. But basically, Sanji, the cook of the Straw Hats, I'm sure everyone knows One Piece at this point. Sanji, wants he has one dream in life, is to cook all fish from all the different seas that pour into one big sea called the All Blue, right? But he has like a secret second one that he reveals, where he secretly wanted a devil fruit of the invisible fruit so he can spy on women. Because he's invisible, guys. Get it? And I think it's so funny because you meet a villain in Thriller Bark that quite literally has the invisible devil fruit, and it pisses off Sanji so much. I think it's so funny. He's like, you stole my dream. I'm like, Sanji, it's not that big of a deal. But Sanji makes it a big deal.
But it's best to dry your clothes as soon as possible.
All right.
Stop.
Where are we? Okay, I am going the wrong way. Let's turn this way to these mounds. These ominous looking mounds. Yeah, we gotta go this way. Oh, I see it. I see the floating tower. But yeah, so I think if I was invisible for a day, I know people are like gonna use it for nefarious purposes, but honestly for me, as much as that would be fun, to like prank people and be invisible, not the pervert stuff, but like just the pranking, I think would be interesting is if I follow people around that care about me, and like I leave a note where I say like, I just make up something fun where it's like, yeah, I've gone to like a fantasy world for a day, I'll be back. And then just going around and listening in on conversations about how people feel about me. I think that'd be fun. Kind of like in a Yu Yu Hakusho kind of way, where you listen in and you realize how much people actually care about you. And they don't need to know that I was listening in. I don't need to know that they know how I know how they feel about me. But I think it'd just be cool. Is it an invasion of privacy? Yeah, but if it's just for a day and it's like something that they're having like conversations in public about, I'm sure that would be fine. That's what I would do if I was invisible for a day. That, and then maybe like if there's like a magician, this is like something kind of random, but I also like helping people who are like less fortunate. But if someone needs like a big break, like a magician, like say there's a guy who wants to perform magic tricks and it's like America's Got Talent. He goes up there. He's like, I don't know what I'm going to do. I'm going to fail. This is my last chance to make it big and put my name out there. I'd be like, hey, dude, I'll like write a note for him. I'm like, I'm the invisible man. Let me help you with your trick. And then he does one where he pretends like he has telepathy or something or magic. And he makes a ball float in air. And it's just me holding the ball as I'm invisible. I think that something like that would be cool. It's a weird tangent, I know. Why a magician? Don't know. But just helping someone pretend or trick people into thinking magic is real, I think would be really cool. You know? Seeing is believing, guys. Yeah, now, someone asked, favorite expansion in Leeway and Mondstadt. Now, I love the Chasm. I think the Chasm is such a great way to incorporate like a major part of China, because China is huge. The thing that is the most interesting thing about China is there's so many different regions. There's regions that get snow. There are mountain ranges. There's the metropolitan area. There's the ports, the desert. There's actually a huge part of China that a lot of people don't see. And I love how the Chasm kind of expands on that. Like we brought the mines to China to show that, you know, this nation has a lot more going on. So I like the Chasm. I don't know why I said Chasm. Chasm. But then you also have Dragon Spine. And I really like Dragon Spine for the idea of like there's the remains of a dragon there. And there's this whole storyline. There's this whole storyline involving, and I'm forgetting his name. It's gonna kill me. Is he in the banner? Hold on. I'm gonna pause for a sec. Is he in the banner, by the way? No, I'm talking about this. Oh, no, he's not. Okay. Give me 1 second. I looked up Geo characters. There's only 8. That's so funny. Albedo. There we go. Albedo. I think Albedo, everything with Dragon Spine involves Albedo in some capacity. And I love it when it involves him, whether it's an Archon quest, a story quest, or just like a side quest, you know? I don't know. Everything with like alchemy and like learning about that, even with like later on how it factors into Durin and his events and the Hexen Circle. I don't know. That's all cool to me. Now, are they going to expand? I don't know any leaks, by the way, with Genshin Impact. I just know stuff based on the trailer and what Genshin has confirmed. We made it! Haha! See, I told you. We only got to teleport once. And that was for Inazuma, okay? But yeah. But if we're talking about... shoot, what was I talking about? Oh, yeah, Albedo. The fact that... One thing I also love about Genshin Impact is how there will be reoccurring characters and how they'll follow you. Yep. Like, we got introduced to Albedo. We got introduced to his doppelganger. And then had that whole court case where we learned he was being framed, right? Like, all that was really fascinating. But now it's factoring into Durin. Like, everything in Dragonspine was just build up to Durin. And it factored into Durin's story quest, and then it factored into the main Archon quest of Nod Cry. And I thought that was really cool. You know? Like, Nod Cry was probably my favorite when it came to, like, the big events that unfolded. Like, I was actually... People were like, it's anticlimactic. I thought it was pretty hype when with the whole climax with Dottore, the doctor. I liked how Sandrone joined in. I love how the Fatui Harbingers, too. Since Mondstadt, which they were just, you know, just a common enemy, right? The Fatui. To the interesting plot twist of Child being a Fatui Harbinger and betraying you in Leeway, to Inazuma, to now you get Ensumeru, right? From Fontaine onward, the dynamics with you and the Fatui Harbingers change because you get more morally gray characters like Arlecchino, Sandrone, Columbina. Even Child changes. And I think it's a change for the better because it makes it seem more... less good versus bad versus... These are morally gray characters in a world that has a lot of good and a lot of bad, like heroes and villains. So there's a lot more nuance going on beyond that point, you know? Like, I love how Zhongli's like, yeah, well, Zhao didn't break our agreement, so... Or we made it an agreement, so I gave him my gnosis. I thought that part was funny.
There's no end to this.
I'm gonna run away, run away! Ow. So speaking of... Yeah, so I don't know. I just think... Oh, Child also is like so funny to me because Child is like, you know, this like happy-go-lucky partner, right? That's like helps you escape because you're getting framed for the murder of Zhongli, right? You know, the Geo Archon is dead. And then you learn like the big plot twist that, you know, Zhongli is actually very much alive and is just trying to blend in because Li Wei is advancing and he wants to see, you know, where Li Wei goes from here because, you know, Li Wei is... I have to go under here.
The wind.
You know, there's this interesting commentary about like the Adepti and humans and how the humans used to revere the Adepti. And now that they have advanced to a point where they have free trade and contracts and business, you know, they're not as reliant on the Adepti. And so what role do the Adepti play now since they're no longer needed in the same capacity? I thought the whole commentary with that also what's what made Li Wei so great as a nation was you gotta like look at like kind of the perspective of a place that used to have Adepti or almost like these miniature gods, like these heavenly figures no longer gaining that same relevance because of technology. And it's almost a reflection of that's how it was in the past for human history, right? There used to be this belief in gods or these supernatural powers and dragons and such. But as technology advanced, cameras, like lights, the light bulb, right? And human exploration kept growing. A lot of these myths faded into, well, myths. And they became less connected to reality. And I thought that was just really cool. All right, we made it to the chasm. Yeah. And I also did this class where there was a class offered at my college. This is several years ago. That did this course. I think it was like in, what was it? It was like spirits, vampires, and like or there's like mermaids, spirits, and dragons or something like that. Where it said like every culture has a variation of one of these. And how could that be since they're all like geo-locked cultures? Have like these similar ideas, but when you unravel them, they're very different in a variety of ways, you know? Like that to me is also like one of the most fascinating things is like, also like if we want to talk about Chinese culture and Zhongli, right? The thing I love about the Adepti are like, it's, you know, a bird, a swan, you know, like I'm blanking on their names. But Cloud Retainer, for example. I remember one of the Adepti's name by heart, and that's Cloud Retainer because she's hot. Whoopsies. But yeah, but like the idea of like Cloud Retainer also like one thing I like is Zhongli within, he kind of represents something in Chinese mythology where someone even pointed this out. When you look at different cultures and how they portray these mythical beasts, right? When it comes to dragons, like medieval times, it's like an external enemy. You want to slay dragons because they destroy cities, they kill innocent people, you know. That's why knights are summoned to help fend off against, you know, the threat of a dragon, like a red dragon. But then you go to Chinese or Asian cultures, and they're very much hingent on, they're more like spiritual beings and messengers, and they actually provide wisdom over anything else. And just that juxtaposition is like so fascinating to me. Because it's just like, that's so weird that like, they're both dragons, but they're both like interpreted in different ways. You know what I mean? And Zhongli kind of represents that. Because he's a dragon, and Genshin has its own lore with the dragons, and I think it's also very fascinating. Because like you get, of course, the history with, you know, the king of the dragons and like there's a lot of conflict that comes with that, right? Okay, where do I need to go? I need to go up. So I gotta go back. And then there's a way through. I just gotta find that way through. I think it's up there. So I gotta circle back. Don't worry, guys. We'll find our way through. I'm not gonna teleport again. That was the rule. How do I avoid this guy? Oof. All right. Speaking of, this is a good way for a segue. Yeah, we're at 40 minutes. Okay, let's do another question. Would you want to know when you'll die? This is a crazy question. That's kind of insane. Okay, crazy question. Do I want to know how I die? Uh-oh, I'm trapped. Well, I'm gonna die this way if I don't get out of here. Well, here's the thing. It's more of what information am I going to be provided about my death? And then on top of that, you also have to consider, do I want to even know in the first place? Because, like, will that have an effect on my life? Because if I know the method in which I die and the way I die and the exact time I die, then life doesn't become as fun because it's like, you know, the ending of a story.
Time to go.
Before you finish reading, right? There's a little bit of more intrigue of like, I can always work hard. And you also do get a gate to gaze into your future. Like, I'm a firm believer of living honestly because there will be a day where everyone dies. Everyone passes away. This is a reality we live with. But when the final chapter is written for you and your story,
Time to go.
Where do you go from there? You know what I mean? Like, where does life take you? And I follow this, I follow a philosophy where I believe in 7 tenets.
Time to go.
And 10 promises I made with people. And one of those promises is I promise I would never lie. Now, it is impossible to not lie. I know that. I know that, guys. But I made a promise to someone special to me, someone close to me, and I promised her I would never lie. Because something that we both agree with, as someone who strives to write a great ending to my own book, my own story, the thing that I believe in most is you can lie in life. It's okay to lie. If you go to a casino and believe in not lying, well, you're going to lose out on life. Like, there are times where you have to lie, and not even for nefarious purposes. For example, when you buy someone a present, say for Christmas, for an anniversary, for a birthday, right? All of that, you're keeping it a secret. You could be lying about, like, oh, I was just hanging out with my boys, you know? We were at, like, a football game, you know? If you're talking to a girlfriend or wife, like, you're sharing, like, a lie with them, even though you were out buying a present, because there are good intentions behind that.
Time to go.
So lying is a good thing. There are times where you need to lie or should lie. But where I believe in not lying isn't lying in your traditional sense of telling a lie, telling a not truth. But I believe in you shouldn't lie to your core. You shouldn't deny your core. And I believe everyone has that. If you strip away who you are as a person, or like to promote yourself as, like, you are someone who is, you know, that funny person who used to get straight A's at school, or was the most athletic, or kind of was a flunky, but always carried like an optimistic attitude or a very positive attitude, or maybe was the problem child, you know, very mischievous, right? Anything that makes you as a person who you are, if you strip all that away, all those experiences, all those stories, if you think to yourself quietly, what separates me from everyone else? I think everyone has that. Everyone has a different core. And it is who you are as a person. And you don't know what your core is unless you take a step back and like sit and think to yourself like this. If I was hanging out with someone and I was given an option A and option B, I'll just come up with a hypothetical, right? Where it's like, you're in school and there's two clubs. There's an anime club and then there's the hockey club, right? Based on your decision of where you want to spend your time with is what your core is as a person. Are you someone who likes to talk about anime, have fun? Or are you someone who likes to be active, you know, play hockey? Now, there could be overlap for sure. But the core, your core at the end of the day is something that I at least feel is something that you should aspire to always believe in. And whenever you lie, it should be something that you believe it should be. Like, this is a moment where you should lie about something, or this should be something that you should fight for and tell the truth for, right? That is what not lying for is when it's a full-on betrayal of your character and something that you would not do when it's out of character for yourself. I feel like that is what's against your core. And we can even break it down to something simple like Genshin Impact right now, where we're going to get into Sumeru, right? And Nahida, since we're going into Sumeru, I think Nahida actually fits this perfectly when we're talking about like the core of who you are, right? Nahida has a long journey, and
Time to go.
Greater Lord Kusanali, right? And the whole mystery of what happened to that Archon and why Nahida appeared where she did, right? I feel like the whole mystery of who she was, and what her purpose was. Like, even if people denied her that, she still lived by her own truth and took actions and became who she was and helped us defeat the Futui Harbingers and Totore's plan, right? Especially getting through to us through that illusion and that fictional world that was made up through the earpieces, right? That to me is what I believe in not lying about. So I feel like this is kind of like a long tangent, but I feel like to not lie, and to live, I guess live honestly. That's kind of like the message I'm trying to live at, or to be at, is like, try and live in the most authentic way possible. That is something that when people look back at your records, like, this is totally what this person would do. This is totally in character for Seyorias. This is totally in character for Aether. Or this is totally in character for Nahida, right? That to me is what a core of a person is something that we can go back to time and time again. All right. Hey, we're making progress. I should have gone the other way, but we're making progress. We're getting through Sumeru here. So I wouldn't want to know how I died, because if I knew how I died, well then, like, that kind of unravels who I become as a person. Because that's kind of a mystery too, is like, what is your future self going to look like? What are you working towards? And that's what makes life so interesting, is if you keep working hard, if you work hard through thick and thin, whether it's, you know, this big wall that you have to overcome. It's no fun if you realize you've already achieved it, right? It takes the wind out of your sails if you know you already made it. Because then you're going to coast and be like, okay, I'm a guaranteed success in the future. Like, I wouldn't want to know that. Especially on how I died. Because maybe there's a big funeral to, like, say, yes, Seyorias became a king and brought paradise to everything. And then they were giving him a grand funeral, right? Like, that's something that would be shared if I was to learn about my death. And I don't want to know about that. Like, that is something that's forbidden knowledge. That's future knowledge that I do not want to give to myself quite yet, you know? Also side tangent. One of my favorite shows too, and I used to be made fun of a lot for it, which is funny because now the fandom has grown and it's normalized to actually be like liking the show. But I used to be a bit. I mean, I still am. I'm a big fan of Fairy Tail. I love Fairy Tail to death. It's one of my.
Time to go.
It is my. I feel it is the greatest anime of all time because it taught me the truth about friendship, the power of friendship, and what it actually means to have people that care about you. And it helped me through a really difficult point in my life. I've been very open and transparent about it. It's probably the thing I've been most honest about all my life. So yeah.
Time to go.
Dang, that was a really good question, by the way. Thanks for asking that.
Wind Strider.
Perfect. I think it's time for another question. We're also almost through Sumeru right now. Look at this. Look how far we made from the chasm all the way here. We're making good time, guys. We just gotta cross the desert. Actually, we have to do this. We have to cross the desert, then head upward, because then we have to get to Fontaine. And then Fontaine will circle down to Chenyu Vale to kind of revisit Leeway. And then we'll go back down and then head to Natlan. We'll do a big loop, guys. But before that, let's get another question on the books. Let's see. What is your favorite thing about summer? Summer and Sumeru. Well, the thing I like about the summer is you can actually go to the beach and like jump. I love going on beach trips because the water feels nice, and if it's a hot day out too, my favorite part about going to the beach or pool is when you get out of the water, you instantly dry. Like you can just stand around, like granted, maybe bring a towel, but you don't need to like completely dry off because the sun will do that for you, right? You can also, I love sunbathing. I also love laying. Have you ever laid on your back in the water? Where you lay on your back and you kind of just float there? Like, I hate to say it, but the image that comes to my mind, crazy enough, it's gonna be a weird segue, but Rent a Girlfriend, that one iconic meme post panel where Kazua's floating there with the you know what, that's how I feel without the thing, of course, without the boner, but I like the idea of just floating there on my back and just feeling the hot sun on my face whenever I go to the beach. Like, beach trips are so fun in the summer. I also just like eating ice cream or drinking cold water. I also, when I was growing up, I loved playing soccer. And during the summer, this is the soccer season. No, it's not the soccer season. It's training for the soccer season. So I went to this soccer camp one time in Mexico. It was actually really fun. But I remember running laps in the hot sun.
Time to go.
And the best part about just exercising or running outside is whenever you get fresh fruit, whether it's watermelon, grapes, or like ice cold water or popsicles, it is the greatest thing you will ever consume. Because just like hydrating or drinking something cold feels so nice in the summer heat. Same thing goes with ice cream too. Or like ices. Just anything cold in the summer heat, just you can enjoy it a lot more. That's what I love about the summer. I also appreciate, like, as much as I hate the summer right now in Florida because the humidity is awful. And you basically burn up. It is tough right now in the summer for Florida, at least. At least the pluses are that, like, at least the nights are warm, and that's kind of nice. And one thing I do appreciate too about the summer is, like, you get some of the best. I would argue the summer is also the time where you get the most people being physically active. What is this? Why are you blocking this? Hold on. Little side quest here. I know we were walking, but
Cryo incarnate.
I'm gonna try out something.
into the wind. As one with wind and cloud.
Let's see if I can take out this guy.
Orders given. Orders received.
Freeze.
Take your true form.
Like, why is this blocked? Oh, it's just to activate this. Okay. Speaking of summer, we're in the desert right now, and I think that's hilarious. All right, we'll keep walking.
Time to go.
Also, some of the best movies come out in the summer. Like, if you noticed right now, we had some pretty great movies come out. Like, I just watched, what was it? I watched Minions, the third Minions movie, Minions and Monsters. That was actually a really great movie. As someone who's a cinephile, like, I enjoyed the hell out of it. All the references to old Hollywood and, Buster Keaton and Charlie Chaplin. I thought that was all really cool. Like the silent films and sound, the introduction of sound. You also had Spider-Man Brand New Day. That was pretty sick. If you haven't seen Brand New Day, I highly recommend it. I still have to like sit and think about it due to recency bias on whether it is the best Spider-Man movie. But I think it's up there. It's one of the best ones they've done. It's one of the most beautiful looking ones just because of the colors and how it's filmed. And I appreciate the like physical stunt choreography that they actually made a lot of shots practical. I appreciated that a lot. And then you had the Odyssey, which, fun fact about the Odyssey, it's not a major spoiler because it's in like the first 5 minutes. But when they start dragging the giant horse, the Trojan horse into the city, that I learned they actually constructed the horse in person and had the crew actually drag it on the sand for that shot. And I didn't know that. And when I was rewatching, I'm like, wait, they did that? So I thought that was pretty sick of Nolan to do that, where he was so adamant about making everything practical that he did something like that. I thought that was really cool. So that, I guess that's also like another thing I like about the summer is like, you also get like the warm summer nights, you get fireworks because that's like 4th of July and stuff. And then you also get like some of the best blockbusters and movies coming out around this time. The other time would be Christmas time too, but the summer season is not bad for movies. All right, we gotta cross this gorge and then we're gonna go up and then we'll make it to Fontaine. My all-time favorite nation, by the way, which, speaking of, Sumeru, I feel like Sumeru is like, there are some cons. I feel like some of Sumeru isn't perfect. I think it is one of the longest art conquests, and that's where the repetitiveness can get annoying, especially when you're trying to figure out what you're supposed to do. I think it's a little confusing. That being said, I think it has some of the strongest characters in Genshin Impact. I think it has some of my favorite character designs like Dea, Candace. You also got Alhaitham, and I also really appreciate Cyno. Cyno's probably one of my favorite looking characters in all of Sumeru. So Sumeru has like a lot of like great things for me. I think expansion wise, world building wise, it's probably the best in all of Genshin Impact exploration wise. Just because you keep digging, like you explore the forest. There's so much in the forest. Now you gotta explore the desert. There's so much in the desert. So there's like 3 different world quests in the desert that keep like expanding and expanding, and I think it's so cool. Okay, we're gonna keep going straight.
Time to go.
Yes, and these planks, like just the crystals and how we unlock this whole area, which is so cool to me. Like we also unlocked, hold on, let me pull up our friend here. Not the fire sprite. Soroush, right? We found Soroush, the parry, and that whole like quest to like I just thought all the mechanics in Sumeru were really, really strong, and very much a step up, a very much needed step up from Inazuma. I don't know. I just also like just the distinction of having a forest area and then a whole desert area. That's just so cool to me. I'm gonna pause real quick. We have another question. What do you like the most about yourself? That's a really good question. What do I like the most about myself? Well, the fact that I'm me. And I like to look at it in like kind of a funny way, where it's like, yeah, my life would have been terrible. Like I would have gone down some pretty awful paths, but like the person I am, because I kept like a good head on my shoulders, and it's thanks to the people around me too. It's not just me. I was able to reach so much success in my life. And it's the fact that I have such a great personality, and I look back on my life and the way that people view me and my relationships with others are very positive. And every time I talk with people, they feel comfortable around me. Just all those things, I think, is what's so... that's what I like about myself is... I don't like to brag about myself, but because I like to stay humble. But I just like that I didn't make bigger mistakes or repeated mistakes, and I was open to learning and changing who I am. And mainly that's due to the part where I developed my own philosophy system, like I mentioned before, where I try and stay true to my core. Like who is Seyorias at the end of the day? Who is he deep down, you know? And I like the idea of like, he's a funny guy. That's who Seyorias is. He's a funny guy, guys. Like he watches anime and likes big anime boobies, and you know, like I can joke about those things. I'm not serious about things. I also like superheroes. Like I'm a nerd through and through. Like the biggest, if you ask me what my like, if I could change anything about myself, here's what I would tell you, okay? I wish I had the ability to create a whole world based on my imagination that is a fantasy world that will allow me and anyone I allow to create portals that connect this world to the fantasy world. Kind of like making our own isekai. And then connecting the fantasy world to our world, then creates the concept of magic in reality. And then you bring in magic into the real world. I'm talking like both magic and also like advanced technology, like you see in a certain magical index. Like just making the world a more interesting place. That's the only thing I would change about me, is give me the power to do that. But aside from that, personality wise, like going back and changing the past, I wouldn't do anything like that. No, if anything, I would be like, I even joked and I'm like, look, if I had to choose my death, because we talked about my like knowing about your death, but choosing your own death, that's a different story. Because someone's like, well, do you feel like heavy topic, do you feel suicidal? And I felt very sad at very low points in my life, but fortunately, thanks to the sort of support system I had around me, I never felt the need to take that step into that darker place. And I'm very fortunate. That's why I try and help people who get to that point too. But like whenever I have that conversation of like how would you want to, like, if you had to die, how would you die? Like kind of that conversation, I have to go up this way. Okay. Cross through and then up. Nice. But if I had to choose how to die, my death would be more of an illustration and a point to be like, okay, the way I die is a very specific way, where this evil organization full of like assassins or something, you know, something otherworldly, come invade our world and kill me. And I mean kill me in a very fantastical way where I fight them. But it's because of their magic and like magical artifacts and whatnot, like magic daggers. Maybe they attack me with some fireballs, you know. Maybe evil wizards are there. They murder me in cold blood. And it's because it's an unjust death that someone above takes pity on me and therefore gives me a chance to reincarnate in that fantasy world where they originated, where I can grow stronger and deal my revenge, not in a sake of a bloody revenge where I will murder them back, but in a sense of I will give them justice. I will defeat them and make sure they lock them up in a proper way, and therefore then establish a way to return to my real world, but make a bridge so that way, even in the event of my death, I can return to my world alive and well, but also introduce the world to magic and advanced technology. That's what I would do. I know, that's a very fucking nerdy way of putting how I would die, but I don't know. That's just kind of like things I think about. Okay, we gotta go through here, and then I think up there, right? Yeah, I've actually thought about this a lot. That's like the funniest thing too. Okay, am I gonna get trapped here? Is there a way out? Nope, I'm gonna get trapped here. Fun.
Time to go.
Like, and maybe that's kind of like also something I like about myself is just I am someone who always like I want to encourage everyone to be a better person, to aspire to be a greater person. Like, I believe in what I like to refer to as the unburdened hand, okay? Now, you can take this, steal this all you want, just use it to not as something to like to take advantage of, but as a way to motivate yourself, where I believe in the unburdened hand. That's one of my philosophies. And that is, I believe in there's always something you can aspire to be. And for me, the unburdened hand is something that requires you to reach up for something. And that something is your future self. That person who is so much stronger than you, so much more talented than you, someone who has seen it all and gone through turmoil, yet has come unscathed, turned misfortune into fortune, turned grievances into laughs. That person is you in the future. And all you need to do is look at that person and run towards him and work to become that person through any experience possible. And just by having a great attitude and a hardworking spirit and becoming ingenious and having a sense of ingenuity to solve problems. Like, I don't know, that to me is who I try and be. That's part of my tenets of trying to be that person. So yeah, I don't know. That's kind of where I like to go at.
Time to go.
But I don't know. I just think it's funny. It's like, yeah, how would you like to die? And I'm like, I would like to die in a very specific way, but that way I also don't die and I come back even stronger. I don't know. That's just something funny I like to come up with. And maybe since I put it out there, you know how fate works, right? Where you jinx things and such. Since I put it out there, my chances of that happening have exponentially increased from 0% to 0.00000000001%.
Time to go.
And there you go. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Let's run. Let's run. Let's run. The moon! I'm pretty sure that's the frost moon. Right? That's the frost moon. That's the real moon we're seeing right there. Alright, and guys, we've made it. Just kidding. Wait, no, we did. We made it. There's Fontaine. I was looking the wrong way. There's Fontaine, guys. We made it.
Time to go.
On foot. Ha ha ha. Anyways, another funny way I've also heard people like saying when it's like, would choose your own death, right? My friend had a really funny response too, where he's like, the way I die is like an old west, like an old western shootout, where you're dueling your arch nemesis, probably like a bandit or something, and it's like your friend that betrayed you, and now you're working for the sheriffs, and then your friend who betrayed you is like the villain, right? This awful person, and you duel, and it's like first, you know, it's the whip of the pistol, right? Whoever has the quick fire first wins and walks away, and you both fire like the Han Solo and Greedo thing, right? Like whoever shoots first wins, and you both pull the trigger, and the way my friend phrased it was really funny, because like you clearly win, like you shoot and you kill the other person, like your arch nemesis, and you win the victory, becoming the hero that saved the old west. But then you're also fatally wounded. So since you're on a cliffside when this duel was taking place, you look down over the water, and then you fall and plummet to your supposed death, and you die. But not really, because the big mystery is you have this Dark Knight ending where, yeah, you die, but it was also your final job. So one of your oldest mentors or friends or people that revered you, like somehow sees someone who's wearing a mysterious like mask in the next town over, and they look at him carefully, and you notice he looks eerily similar to the person who died in that duel. And it's like that Bruce Wayne ending at the end of The Dark Knight Rises. And I thought that was so funny. I'm like, dude, so you would like die in quotation marks. He's like, yeah, you get it. And I'm like, okay, that's fair.
Time to go.
And I'm like, that's actually a pretty good way to go out. It's just kind of having that fake ending, that fake out death. But it's also like a question mark, because maybe you did die. Maybe it's a hypothetical. Maybe it's someone who looks alike and isn't really you, you know? I don't know. I just think that whole thing was really funny. Yeah, we're gonna take the little boat, guys. We're gonna take the boat. The Wave Rider. And I think we're at our next question. What is one of your favorite words or phrases? Easy. I'm all fired up. And that is straight from Natsu Dragoneel from Fairy Tail, which, like I said before, is the greatest anime of all time. Now, the reason why I like I'm all fired up is because whenever Natsu is about to fight a powerful opponent, he says that as he charges his fire ability, and it's so cool. I've always loved it. Like, that to me is who Natsu Dragoneel is. And also, that going back to our point of being authentic and true to yourself, that Natsu Dragoneel is the epitome of that statement, being true to yourself. He always laughs. He's always a jokester, but he always cares about his friends and always fights to help them out, even if he banters with them. And especially picks fights with Gray. He always cares about them. And that's also why I ended up this is why I ended up as the person I am today. There we go. I cannot talk. Is because of Natsu Dragoneel. Like I said, he changed my life, and you think I'm joking? No, I mean it literally. Like, I don't know where I would be if I didn't have this idea with being that same person that he is. I'm actually gonna do this. Instead of let's see. I'm gonna ride to the Court of Fontaine. We'll get out, walk around, and then I'll sail the rest of the way. That's what we'll do, guys. But yeah, I don't know. I think I'm all fired up. It's just such a hype line too. Especially when it also, to me, is this reassurance line where even if they're dealing with like a bigger opponent or this threatening, like an enemy with threatening aura, right? Just, I'm all fired up. It's just something that just motivates people to be like, yeah, we're standing proud. We're gonna stand our ground and stand proud against this opponent, right? I don't know. There's just something behind that line that's just so invigorating, so powerful, and it gets so hyped too when you pair it with the music too, and you get all hyped up. Oh man, I gotta get into 100 Years Quest. I stopped. I put it on pause because I got busy with other things in my life, but I really need to finish 100 Years Quest. Man, I love Fairy Tail. Okay, we're gonna make a pit stop at the Court of Fontaine, guys. Now, I also love the idea that people are now embracing Natsu. Also because he's ripped as fuck, guys. Like, as someone who... Oh, I'll tell you a fun story about Natsu. So in college, this is my freshman year in college. I am a film student still at this point, guys. I'm not a cinephile yet. I'm just a lowly film student who hasn't made a film yet. Now, what's funny about this point in time is I was very into anime at this point, especially as a freshman in college. And so when Halloween rolled around, I was like, you know what? I'm going to be proud. I'm going to dress up because it's Halloween and I think it's fun if we all dress up. You know, it's college. That's the whole point. You dress up for Halloween in college because everyone's free-spirited and artists, right? So we are allowed to dress up for Halloween in college. So like, let me get that out of the way. You are allowed to. I show up to class. I am one of 3 people who dressed up, and I dressed up as Natsu Dragonale. So I had the full wig on. I had the full sweatshirt on. That was basically his scarf and such, because, you know, dress code. At least I don't want to expose my chest in college. Like, come on, guys. No fan service here. But, like, that's what so frustrated me the most was I'm like, we're artists. We're literally filmmakers, and you guys don't want to dress up. And, of course, they dress up at night because they're boring for the Halloween parties and such. But I'm like, the whole point is we dress up in the morning, or we dress up in the morning so you can wear it throughout the day. That's the whole point of it. And I saw other people. I saw someone dressed up as one of the athletes dressed up as Goku with the whole wig and everything. And I'm like, look, I respect that. Like, I love this guy. Like, where are all the film students? And the funniest thing is my friend, at the time, he told me this years later. So he, as a business major in the business school, surrounded by people who wanted to wear suits and work in offices. Yes, those types. He told me verbatim, everyone dressed up my freshman year in the business class. Everyone dressed up in the business school and not the art school. What is going on? And I felt so embarrassed, but also looking back, kind of not, because I'm just like, come on, guys. You guys were all boring. Like, yes, did people, like, laugh a little bit? Yeah. But I don't care. Like I said, I believe that everyone should feel comfortable and, like, have fun, right? Live freely. Live honestly. And the fact that I was the only person to dress up in a full all wig, I was the most dressed up in that class, is a flex to me. I'm sorry. It's not a me problem, it's an all of you problem, okay? Like, I'm sorry, I'm trying to be fun here. Like, that's too bad that all of you aren't. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Oh, I'm gonna drown. I'm gonna drown. Oh, no. Oh, no, bro. Stick the landing. Can't believe I fell down here. Oh. I'm not close to a wave rider either. Oh, I was trying to walk across. We have to go back. Don't worry, we'll go back and climb up, guys. It's okay. It's okay. I mean, unless we can just swim across. I mean, we can technically do that. It is Fontaine, guys. We can take a swim, guys. But I don't know. I just think it is the most ridiculous thing ever. That, like, am I crazy here? If you're an artist, like, I don't know. I don't think it should be like an expectation, but come on. Like, if we're supposed to be the most creative people on campus and we're not dressing up, what are we doing? You know? Like, come on, man. Don't leave me hanging. Swim, swim, swim. And it's weird too, because like, so also, I'll even add this too. So I actually went to my brother's graduation a couple months ago, and this guy, I kid you not, it ties into Genshin Impact surprisingly. My brother went to more of like a tech-based school, like a STEM-based school. Known for its like the medical stuff and sciences and less about the arts, I will say. They were dressing up. I saw someone at graduation dressed up, I kid you not, as Zhong Li. And I'm like, if this guy is dressing up as Zhong Li for his graduation at a technical school, what does that say about my art school that I was a part of? You know, I'm like, what? Like, I cannot let go of this because it baffles my mind. It blows my mind. Like, why I was seen as doing something in the wrong when I was fully in the right to do. Because the professor was like saying, hey, everyone, you should explain your costumes to the class. Like, it was encouraged. And the fact that no one else did, I was losing my mind, man. I was losing my mind. I think it's time for another question before I get too upset. If you were to enter the witness protection program and assume a new identity, what name would you pick? Mr. Mustachio. It is the question I have used when I used to play. It was the username I used whenever I played the mobile games online, like Agario, on the school computers at school in elementary school. Like Cool Math Games, Huda Math, there was another one, Fun Brain, I think they changed their website, which makes me sad. But all those online websites growing up when I played them in school and get yelled at by the teacher. Granted, all the other kids were doing it at the same time as me. Yeah, so Mr. Mustachio was the username I picked. It was one of the funniest things me and my friends would like always joke about. It's like, yeah, I'm Mr. Mustachio. Or one time my friend stole my name and he's like, yeah, I'm Mr. Mustachio now. And I got so upset that I was like, all right, you know what? You win. And I put Mr. Mustachio 2. And I basically sabotaged both of us because we kept getting our names confused when we were playing. It was so funny. Because you could host lobbies and stuff. Oh, that was great. But yeah, Mr. Mustachio, I don't know. It's just such a funny name to me. And like, I'm not talking about like a traditional mustache. I'm talking about the big, bushy, curly sheriff's mustache, and it has to be jet black. That's the mustache I feel. Like, you know, the fake old like TV shows or cartoons where instead of the cartoonishly thick black mustache, that's what I'm referring to here. Okay. That's what I think about when I think of Mr. Mustachio. Is imagine Seyorias with a big old mustache. It's like, yeah, you can't tell who I am. I'm eluding the police. This is my incognito mode. This is Clark Kent with his glasses on, guys. Where did Seyorias go? We need him. It's like, I don't know where he went. Yeah, I think Fontaine has one of my favorite mechanics. For sure. I just looked past this, and this quest was so much fun, just getting the water and the chimes right. Yeah, which, I mean, so the question was, if you had to assume a new identity, what would your name be? Well, what crime did I commit to where I'm on a search warrant, or I have a search warrant out, and I have a warrant out for my arrest. Why did I say search warrant? I was trying to say warrant out for my arrest. There we go. Like, what would I be arrested for? That's the question. Like, if we could come up with anything, like my thing again, using my, because of who I am and, you know, how I like to imagine things being crazy.
Time to go.
What I would first think about when I think about me getting in trouble with the law is I'm actually not in trouble with the law, but I'm being framed by a secret evil organization. Yes, that's those same assassins. They're all part of the same group, guys. They're after my life because I can save the world and stop their evil plans of world domination. That's why they're trying to take me out, guys. Yeah, that same organization that kills me later on. This is like the precursor to that, where they're weaponizing law enforcement, and not like law enforcement in general, the corrupt law enforcement like you see in Winter Soldier with the Hydra agents, you know? Those who are that's the one I'm talking about. The one that ambushed Nick Fury in that big black van that he drives with the machine gun inside, right? The hand rest.
Time to go.
Or it's more of a minigun than a machine gun, right? It's a minigun. Anyways, I imagine like that's what I would be like under arrest for, is they would pin a crime on me like, you know, you secretly destroyed an entire museum and burned it to the ground and injured a lot of innocent people. And this mysterious relic with unimaginable power that, you know, people think is just a relic of an ancient civilization, not that it actually has magical powers that an evil organization may want their hands on, have stolen, and people think it got lost in the fire, right? That I perpetrated that fire, that I burned down that building. And so they send the law enforcement after me and put out a warrant for my arrest because the head of this organization has is in line with the corrupt like let's say the head of the police station, or the FBI, the head of the FBI, or the assistant to the head, right? They have ties to that. Has put out that warrant, and now they're after me and trying to murder me in the same way that Hydra agents tried to murder Nick Fury. I don't know. I think something like that. That's why I'm on the run. That's the only case I view myself being in trouble with the law. Is I actually didn't break any laws, but they're trying to pin a crime on me because I'm going to stop them. And therefore, they're going to commit a crime and then blame it on me. That's what's going to happen. I think I can jump and make it to the wharf from here. All right. Let's jump. Off this giant waterfall. Yeah. That's probably why I would be like, why they would come after me, and why I'd have to assume a different identity. Unfortunately, they won't get away with it, because throughout me escaping, wearing my thick black mustache and hiding from the law enforcement and the corrupt officers that are slash Hydra agents slash part of this evil organization, I will find a way to expose them by teaming up with, you know, the good apples within the corrupt agency, and then finding reporters and then exposing them in this big confrontation, and then realizing one of my best friends has been brainwashed from this evil organization, and then freeing him from said brainwashing, and then almost dying, but then he rescues me in the water in the same way. You know, this is just the plot of Winter Soldier, but hey, if it ain't broke, right? I'm going to steal that plot. That's exactly how the story's going to play out, you know? He's going to save me. I'm going to rescue him. Everything's going to be fine until they actually kill me again, you know?
Follow the
Now, that's the only way I'm going to get in trouble with law enforcement, because I am a rule follower, okay? I'm not like any of these nuisance streamers out here, okay? Yilong Wharf. We are here. Speaking of fleeing to other cities, I got to another city. This time it's in another nation. So we went from France back to China pretty much. We made it. Haha. Now, let's see our route. We basically went from Inazuma all the way back to Liyue, all the way through Sumeru, all the way to Fontaine, all the way around, and now we're back in Liyue, gonna make our way down, and then straight through the desert again to Natlan, which is very weird how this is still a very thin passage. That's still really weird to me. Anyways, let's continue our journey. By the way, I also like the idea of having like just cool friends. Like I have cool friends in real life, but I also have to attribute it to all the shows growing up where it's like all about friendship and stuff. Where it's like, yeah, when I grew up watching Winter Soldier, you know, like the Captain America Winter Soldier movie, like I wanted a friend like Bucky, where it's like, this is sick. Where it's like, if you had to fight your friend and your friend is like aura farming as you fight each other, you know, and he can catch your shield and basically match you in hand-to-hand combat. That's cool to me, you know? All right, I'm gonna let this charge up. Come on, stamina. And actually, since I'm waiting here, we're gonna pause. We have another question. What was your biggest failure? What did you learn from it? My biggest failure and that's a good question. I would say there's a lot of failures within my life. Like I've not succeeded in a lot of things. I made a lot of mistakes. That's part of being human, guys, right? But I would say by far my biggest mistake was trusting that the people around me when I was growing up were there for my best interest, and I thought that they were actually my friends. And I've mentioned this before on stream, and if you haven't been here for that, that's okay. Welcome to the stream. I think, and I've said this before, I think it is better for someone to have no friends than have awful friends. Because with friends like those, who needs enemies? That was where I was in a point in my life. And the reason why I reached a really low point in my life was because I was surrounded by people that were out to get me and made me feel awful and uncomfortable. And the moment I left them and found a new group of people and realized the problem wasn't me, but them, life got so much better. And like I said before, Fairy Tail also kind of helped me through that point in my life. But yeah, like, what was the other question? What did I learn from it? Yeah. So my biggest takeaway is if you find yourself surrounded by people that don't make you happy, I'm sorry to say this, but sometimes you have to say goodbye to those people. Don't give them any more attention. If, for example, they ignore you, that you say something and all they do is insult and make fun of you. Not in a fun banter kind of way, because if it was a banter kind of way, you make fun of them, but then you can make fun of them back and they laugh too, right? You rib each other. That's a healthy relationship. If you'll know when it's real friends when you're not feeling good and people ask if you're okay or if you're doing well. That to me is a sign of true friendship. When they don't ask or don't care about you, or I've had friends full on leave me and ditch me to do things because they're like, I didn't want to wait for you. The moment I realized I had and this is in college, after I found a new friend group, I had a friend wait for me after I was running late. I'm like, sorry, I'm still getting ready. And I ran out the door trying to catch up. I saw my friend was waiting for me. He's like, hey dude, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, oh, okay, cool. Let's go. He waited so that I wouldn't be left behind. Or sometimes it'd be like, okay, we're going to share an Uber here and let's coordinate, and then made sure that there was enough space for everyone. When you have friends like that, then it really opens your eyes to sort of the misgivings of what you thought were your friends before. And this also can pertain to relationships too. I guess it's just anyone. Like, if you feel like you are being mistreated, I encourage you to branch out. It's going to be uncomfortable. Find someone else.
Follow the wind.
Whether it's a new partner, a new friend, a new mentor. If you find someone that better suits you, that makes you feel comfortable in who you are and makes every moment so much better, you're going to realize the problems that existed beforehand. And you're not going to want to go back at all. And you'll be happy about that. So I guess that's what I learned is like, despite, you know, my friend betraying me, but then I helped break his brainwashing, you know, against this evil organization. And then we escaped together and then we're best buds again. Despite me dying, I can look back at my death, kind of Yu Yu Hakusho style. And when I make that return, right? And we talked about invisibility. Like, if I died too, I would love if the invisibility happened after I died. So I could have that Yu Yu Hakusho moment where I could see how people felt about me. You know, looking back at everyone who, like, within my life, how they feel about me upon my death. And how crushed they would feel. And how the people who were rooting against me did not care when they heard about me dying. That would make me feel so validated and then make me work harder to then, through my new life, since I've been isekai'd, you know, come back even stronger to then give more back to the people who care about me and then to just completely ignore those who didn't. And when they come crawling back saying, hey, we want to be your friend, we didn't realize how cool you were, you can just ignore them. Because that's the thing that will crush them the most is when they realize you will no longer give them that attention. So, yeah. I know that it's such a crazy way I tied that all together, but hey, here we are. Oh, let's cross over these waterfalls. But yeah, lessons learned, I feel too, are like, also, if you're also feeling in like sort of like a bad place in your life where you feel like there's no one there for you, I highly encourage you, like the best thing to do right now, if say you're lonely, you feel like you don't have any friends, or, you know, maybe you're looking for a girlfriend, boyfriend, partner, and you don't know where to start, I recommend you start a hobby. Could be streaming like me, definitely, that could be fun. But it also could be something fun like, you know, developing a hobby like Dungeons and Dragons, or like maybe you want to start drawing, right? Or start writing a book or watching more anime. Just find something else to keep your attention off of it and develop an interest, because then you'll find people, because as you watch anime, you want to go to conventions now. Well, you go to conventions and you'll meet a lot of people, and then just feel free to talk to them, especially when you cosplay, or even just going to panels and just talking about, hey, your shared interest in your love of a voice actor or actress, or as of a show, or like an artist, right? So that would be my recommendation too, is just like, if you ever feel like a low point, there's always a way to like, oh, hey guys, I remember you guys. I'm gonna keep walking. That was part of the fun story quest or world quest where they were all friendly people. Friendly shrooms, guys. Ooh, okay. We made it to the top. Let's go down, and we're gonna go around through the desert again. Yeah, and I think that's also what's also so great about Genshin Impact is it's also kind of telling the truth too, when in our whole conversation about like branching out and being confident, and even if you're an introvert, pushing yourself to like talk to people who have similar interests as you, right? Genshin Impact is all about that, right? You're Aether, you're a Descender, third Descender, right?
Time to go.
You've come into this world, or not third Descender, but you know what I mean, a Descender by any means. But like, you've come into this world as a complete stranger, and as you visit and meet people, along your journey, right, you become stronger and forge these deeper connections. I feel like that is very truthful to the real world. Yes, you'll deal with a bunch of people that are awful, but same with Genshin Impact. You met Dottore, you met, what is it? Any of like the, what is it? The villains in Sumeru, like that one guy that wanted to hypnotize people, right? And trap them. Or any of the Abyss Order people, right? Like, it's almost like a metaphor for life where it's just like, yes, you'll run into a lot of people. Oh my gosh, what is this guy? Just a bit curious. Wait, is this a quest? Paimon? I think we found a quest, guys. I wouldn't feel the thrill. A poacher? Okay, we're just gonna fast forward through this. I think this is a quest, which is nice because I know I'm missing quests. I just have to activate the triggers. I gotta find them, exactly how it happened. Season hunters are talking about poaching. Da da da. Come on, come on. We're skipping through. I feel like that scene in Toy Story 2 where they're flipping through channels when they're trying to find, was it the guy Pete? Oh. Oh. Let's unlock all the dialogue options, okay? I love the floating Mora. That's so funny. There we go. I guess it was nothing. I guess we just met some guy who was like studying animals. Okay, we're gonna go down.
Happy to apply.
New punching bag.
Uh-oh, run.
Time to go.
Run, guys, run. Speaking of, I think it's also time for our next question. All right, it's loading right now. Are you scared of dying? Why? I think we mentioned this before, didn't we? Am I scared of dying? Well, I guess the question is, like, because we talked about how we die, right? Would you want to know how we die? Am I scared of dying? Well, I guess there is a certain fear of, like, the process of dying, right? Because no one wants to think about that. No one wants to think about you getting, like, imagine, like, the various ways you can die, whether it's accidental, like, intentional, maybe it's caused by natural phenomenons, like you get struck by lightning or earthquake happens and things fall on you, or, you know, disease, you know, maybe chemical, right?
Time to go.
So I guess it's more a fear of the process of dying, but the actual death, like, I'm more scared of the idea of, like, the process of dying. That's what scares me. Because it's like, no one wants to, like, know that they're gonna get beaten to death. Like, being, like, say, you know, the assassins from earlier, when they kill me, they shank me with the knives. It's like, just imagining me being, like, stabbed multiple times over and over again. And then, of course, one of the assassins is also happens to be this corrupt, evil mage who uses fireball. And then, you know, that incinerates my insides a little bit, too. That's already bleeding. Which also cauterizes the wound, which makes me like, oh, wait, I'm fine. And then they continue stabbing me again, and then I start bleeding out again.
I follow the wind.
But yeah, no, I think it's more the process of dying. I feel like everyone can agree on that. That's what we're scared of, as opposed to, like, the actual death part, because a lot of people like to imagine an afterlife. Like, I do. I feel like there's an heaven. Like, I don't see any reason. And this is, like, kind of like my argument. I don't like to get too religious here and there because I know some people have different religions. But if you're asking for me personally, I grew up Catholic. I grew up religious. And something that has always struck me as why I've maintained my religion over the years, despite me not agreeing with things happening within my own church. It's more the political things aside, but where it's like all the cover-ups I'm not really a fan of. Just because I think it just goes against and defeats the purpose of what the whole point of the religion is to help innocent people and protect good people. And when we're not doing that, that's not what I feel religion should be.
Time to go.
Like protecting bad actors. I feel like that's not what religion should be about. And I'm transparent about that. I feel like that's a very fair analysis of religion, especially to have those criticisms to aspire to be better, right? And I understand it's human nature. Religion's not going to be perfect because humans are the ones that are engaging with it. So you're always going to have that flaw within humanity itself, even if the principles behind the religion or the beliefs in that religion are more pure, right? But I just like the idea of, so, and this is like my biggest argument for why I believe there is an afterlife. I believe in a soul. There's a soul because the idea of people thinking, oh, you know, you're just a collection of brain waves or brain activity. That's what your consciousness is. There's nothing beyond that. So when you die, you just cease your brain activity. I don't agree with that because if that was the case, if we were like supercharge your brain to restart that brain activity,
Time to go.
would that bring a person back to life? No. There's something that is lost within that. Also, the inexplicable nature of the reportings of when people get a near-death experience or are dying, seeing a blinding light. That doesn't really get explained. It should be pitch black. Why is there a blinding light upon death, right? That is a question I also have because it's just like, if it's really just brain activity, then why can't we revive someone by reinvigorating that brain activity, you know? Like, I feel like there should still be a soul, regardless of where you feel there's reincarnation and afterlife, whatnot, heaven or hell. I just feel like it's just improbable for there not to be, like, an explanation for a soul to exist there. Because the absence of a soul can explain why, even if you restart the brain activity, why a person cannot come back to life, right? Unless there is a way to restart brain activity and then bring someone back to life. I just feel like there's no way. There is a soul that exists within each person. Oh my gosh. I made it to the desert, finally. We're gonna take this path all the way up and around. But yeah. But that's more why I'm scared. And plus, like I said before, even if I believe in heaven and hell, like, I think it would be really cool is even like, I don't know. I think would be cool is even though I talk fantasy and talk about, oh yes, isekai, right? Which is more reincarnation, which kind of goes against my religion. And is fictional. I like the idea that if God is omnipotent, he can make things happen in ways that don't contradict one another. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just, I've always had this internal dialogue with myself about that. Where it's like, I like to believe that there are absolute truths that have been recorded in the Bible or from what our understanding of a higher power has. There are some truths to it, but I also feel like there's a lot of things that are discrepancies over time due to human error that aren't true, that or some translations that aren't supposed to be taken literal or are misinterpreted through language, right? I feel like those exist too. And then on top of that, I feel like there's still also this abundance of information that's just missing. That the key to unlocking these answers aren't going to be found until we ourselves experience it. Like, I could be completely wrong. There could be nothing out there after death. Is that a possibility? I'm going to say yeah. There is a possibility. But I'm not going to entertain that possibility because that possibility is equal to that possibility of me being right, you know? Like, I feel like there's an equal chance for everyone to be right and wrong. And the ones who will have the last laugh, the people who will truly know the answer of what is right and what we've been missing, will only know the answer when we eventually cross, because then we cannot communicate that for ourselves, right? What that exists beyond the ethereal plane that is known as, you know, human society and Earth itself, right? Beyond Earth. What lies out there in that great beyond? I hope it's something fun. And as someone who also believes in heaven, if heaven is supposed to be so good and is supposed to be paradise for those believers, I also like to think back and think, okay, well, if heaven's supposed to be this like beautiful place, what are we missing that gives us the comfort? Like, because people can meet tragic ends. People can go to heaven, have their lives taken short because of selfish people, because of evil people, because of accidents that occur, right? I want to know what makes heaven such a beautiful place. And I know we know a little bit about it, where you're surrounded by loved ones, you're surrounded by God and whatnot. But I feel like there's something beyond that that we're also missing. And it's like a key piece behind what makes heaven an even brighter paradise. But we're not going to know that until we experience it. And some things, it could also be something beyond words. Like I feel like there are experiences within this life that you cannot describe with words. Like, imagine you see a beautiful sunset, or you have a beautiful connection with someone, or you have a beautiful moment with nature. Where I remember growing up, I used to be into camping. I was in Boy Scouts, and I loved sitting on mountains at the early morning, watching the sun rise, those cold mornings, and sitting to myself and just thinking and just listening to nature. No headphones, no nothing, but that cool air against my skin, sitting up, just thinking about life, you know? That is something, even though I put into words, it doesn't capture the full picture. You're gonna have to experience it for yourself. I feel like heaven or whatever out there is the same way. Whatever you believe in. Look, I'm not gonna impose. I don't believe in imposing my beliefs on you because, again, I don't know the answer. I'm just some dude, guys. I'm just a streamer. I'm the last person you should be taking advice from. Okay, let's be honest. But as someone who's been here, I feel like as someone who likes to like allow people the freedom to express or believe in whatever they want, right? Like, I believe you will have some truths that I think you will be right about, for sure. That, you know, I will only know or discover at the end of the life cycle, right? When the final chapter is flipped in my story and my book comes to an end, I will finally know who the author of that book was, right? The one who helped write that story for me, right? Like, I am pretty much a co-author, but I feel like someone else was out there to help me guide me along the way, you know? So, I won't know the answer, but I will find it eventually. All right. Sorry, that was a weird... That was a long conversation, but I feel like it's time to... Oh, wow. This actually fits in very well. What do you want to learn more about? Well, for me, what I would love to learn about is how I would be able to... I don't know. Something that's always baffled me is like this thought of aspiring to adopt magic. Like, everyone wants to be a magician. Like, that's why we have Dungeons and Dragons. That's why we have fantasy stories. That's why we have superhero movies, right? Everyone wants to be something greater. Aspire to be Spider-Man or Iron Man or Superman, right? Or Batman, right? To have these fantastical stories or live these fantastical lives that aren't possible. What I would love to learn about is if that is even possible, right? Because ordinarily, and look, I'll be someone who likes to... I will acknowledge the nihilism in reality. Magic doesn't exist, guys. Magic does not exist. Superheroes do not exist. Aliens do not exist. At least the Kryptonian ones at this moment in time. Same thing goes with just anime, right? There are no like superpowers in society. Like ghosts aren't real. They won't help you out. There's no stand users, guys. So sorry to break the news, but there's no magical arrow to give you sand powers.
Clear weather all around.
Yes,
right,
clear
Mr.
weather. And we're here. Natland. Finally. But yeah, none of those exist. But what I'd like to learn about is, and here's like a weird concept for nihilism. I also like to believe, and this is kind of like my religious thing too, if he's into that. We don't know if magic is not real. And that's a weird thing to say. So, and it's going to get weird what I'm going to explain to you guys, but I'd like you guys to take what I'm saying with a grain of salt and just follow along. So in the 1600s, or no, not, I'm going to go with an accurate time period. Okay, guys, I'm going to go Black Plague time period. Okay. The 1300, right? 1346 to 1353. There we go. The Black Plague. That wasn't actually that long, right? They thought the Black Plague was going to kill everyone, and it wiped out, I mean, a third of the population. So it did do a lot of damage. But now we look at the Black Plague as something not threatening because we've developed vaccines and we developed medical practices to help make sure something like that never happens again, right? So I feel like we don't know if magic is ever not going to be real in the same way that magic is going to be real. And it's a crazy thing to think about. But I believe the same way we look at technology, right? If you believe in a higher power, right?
Time to go.
There has to be, if we're thinking logically, if there is a God who has created this world, right? There has to be a theoretical way for him to do such a thing, right? If you believe in God, you have to believe in godly powers and how he formed the world, right? There is no human explanation for that. And I'm not saying we're going to get to the level of God per se, but I also believe that human advancement, there isn't really... I feel like the limitations of human evolution are still not met yet. Like, we're still dealing with technology and incorporating technology with humanity. Like, just look at prosthetics, but they're talking about inserting chips into people's brains, which I had this whole conversation with someone where it's like, the cyberpunk reality that we're heading towards is becoming more and more of a reality. Like, I'm waiting for full dive. Because the moment Elon Musk put that chip into that dude's brain, look, here's the thing. I don't like Elon Musk. I will say though, him putting the chip in that person's brain, Neuralink, is that first step to full dive technology. And for the combination of human and technology, next step of the next step of human evolution is putting technology into humans and becoming cyberpunk. And it won't be, and here's the funny thing, as much as people, if you like Elon Musk, I'm going to tell you something that's going to make you very upset. Elon Musk has made a huge advancement by putting Neuralink and making Neuralink a thing. I do not think it's going to be Elon Musk or anyone at Tesla, anyone at any SpaceX. None of those people are going to be the ones to then advance that technology from that point on. It will be several years down the line, but someone else will come along the way, some bright scientist. They're going to see Neuralink and make their own rendition of it, but advance it to an even further point. That's what I believe is going to happen. And we're going to see a evolution in human nature that is much greater than possible. Now, you're probably wondering, okay, what does this have to do with, I saw a question mark here. Sorry, 1 second. What the heck? What the heck is going on? Never mind. Now, you're probably wondering how that ties into magic. Well, I feel like magic's kind of the same principle where it's like, yeah, magic doesn't exist. But as far as we know, we also know nothing about it if it did exist, right? Maybe it did exist at a certain point. Same with dragons, right? Maybe dragons existed a long time ago, but for a very odd reason, they don't exist anymore, right? Like, why did both Western and Eastern societies have these depictions of these big winged beasts, right? Yeah, granted, they didn't have flashlights, they couldn't illuminate. They heard sounds, whether it's thunderstorms, and they needed a way to explain that away, right? Lightning storms and such. That could be a very reasonable explanation. But I also feel like there is a probability. Maybe it's not high. Maybe it's like near 5%, right? 5% of maybe there's like something that could be considered magic that we're not accustomed to, right? That was lost along human evolution, right? That's out there. That's my belief, at least. And I know that could be something very weird to talk about, but here, I'm gonna let this explode. There we go. Yeah, I'm running away. I don't know. The same way that I would love, like, for example, hold on. What's down here? Oh, just crystal beetles. Wow. Yeah, and I had this whole conversation with people. I'm like, look, we don't even know if instant teleportation, which I think is a version of magic. Like, magic to me is just advanced science that we don't understand yet. That's also alchemy, but besides the point. I just believe that, where was I going with this? Oh, what's here? Okay, I'm just gonna run away. Help, I'm trapped, I'm trapped! I know, because like with the teleportation thing, teleportation is impossible. But I also like to, and this is like a point I made to like a bunch of people. I was actually in California. I was talking to this guy in tech, and I was sharing with them. I feel like it is possible the moment that we make it possible. Where there were a lot of things in human nature, like the cure for cancer. Like, we're actually getting closer and closer to a cure for cancer nowadays. And the reason why is, wait, where are we going? I don't want to go here. Wait, go back, go back, go back. Oh no, I got stuck in here. I gotta get out of here. But anyways, like instant teleportation, of course, with the technology we have now, is physically impossible. Like it breaks like so many rules that establish our world as we know it. Now, that being said, one thing I argued was, well, what if we come up with an element, or we come up with something that makes that possible, which makes that the exception? And I believe that should be the case for quite literally everything in human society, where yes, it's impossible now, but there is a possibility where we find an avenue where something that happens where it actually makes it possible. Okay, why am I stuck? Help, help, help. Okay, let me recharge. Where do I go? Guys, where do I go? Oh, here. Cool. I don't know. And I feel like that's not a crazy take. I think it's a crazy take to say magic is possible now. You can just throw fireballs at people. Like I said, I think magic only becomes real the moment we find a fantasy world where mana exists in an external form, like a magical energy source. And it's through the interactions with this fantastical place that we learn to harness magical power in the same capacity. Or maybe there's these magic gemstones, right? That can capture and hold magic power, right? Or this world is more in tune with the energy to produce mana, right? Like, I like to say magic doesn't exist, but it is possible if there's a new avenue that allows it to prosper, I guess. Oh shoot. No. I'm just gonna keep humping the air to break my fall. Okay. We're doing good, guys. We're doing good. And then we just gotta go up, and then yeah, we'll skip the resort. Easy breeze holiday resort, and we'll go straight to Nod Cry. I just have to find a way across. That's gonna be the difficult part. So I may have to borrow a bird. But look, we're almost there. We're doing great, guys. We're doing great. Cool. I think it's time for another question. Question from the audience. What are some things you shouldn't say at a funeral? We're skipping that. What advice would you give to your younger self? Okay. I guess, if I wanted to give advice to my younger self, I would do it in a way that did not reveal my identity to said younger self. If you know what I'm saying. Because, like I said, I don't want to know future knowledge. I feel like if I gave my past self knowledge, it would come to haunt me. So let me just say this then. What I'll do is I'll come as a mentor. And I'll wear a disguise where I cannot recognize myself. And I will give the following advice where it won't be advice in the traditional sense of like I tell him something impactful that will change his life forever. Because I feel like that's interfering too much with the timeline. But what I'm thinking about is maybe like, you know those coincidences you have where it's like, you have those epiphanies where it's like, okay, like I'm going through life right now and I need to find something to do. And then you find that you're like, oh man, I want to take up a hobby, but I don't know what to do. Or like, for example, like, oh, I want to do a sport, right? But I don't know what sport to take. Something cool I think would be cool is like if you leave like a magazine out for your like for your parents or something that's like, oh, a soccer magazine because I played soccer growing up. Or something that influences me that way. That's what I would do. Is just kind of do it in a very smart way where you're hinting at it, but you're leaving breadcrumbs, but you're not leaving the whole meal. You know what I mean? Viewpoint? What the? Wait, what did I do? A hero from a distant land. Please heed my words. Black mirrors. West. Okay then. Viewpoint. Bird. Let's go back to the pathway, guys. Let's go back to the pathway. I don't need you anymore. Either that or, you know what would be really cool? Like, the way I would do advice is if in the future we have more technology with the human mind, you know, like I said Neuralink, right? I don't think it's Neuralink that will have those advancements, but something greater in the future.
Life goes on.
But I think what would be really cool is if like you could like go into people's dreams in the future. I would do that with my past self, and that way I could say something that would be in the back of his subconscious, but the moment he wakes up, he forgets about it, you know? Like, it's like, oh, it was all a dream kind of thing. And what I would do is I would plant this dream where he had this, like, amazing vision of a future where he got isekai'd. And this is after he got stabbed multiple times from assassins from this evil organization. A common theme, you know? And then one day he grows up and tells the same story on stream of how he wishes that would happen and how it was an original thought that came to him long ago, not something spur of the moment, just for the stream, you know? That's what I would do. Okay, we just gotta follow the pathway, guys. Follow pathway.
One with nature.
One with nature. Okay, climb, Kazuha. Climb. Oh, I also... Here's something I would also be very scared about. I would warn my past self too. I wish you had a fantasy unlike ReZero or Konosuba. You don't want any of those. Because I'd hate you to be surrounded by a party members that are inherently useless. / also eternal torture. I would not wish that upon myself if I got isekai'd. That would not be okie dokie. Konosuba would be funny for like, I would say like the first like month. But then after a month, it would get like very irritating, which also goes to show I'm like, I don't know how you do it, Kazuma. I don't know how you put up with them. All right. Real quick, I think since we're almost there, it's the time for another question. Are you a risk taker? What is the biggest risk you've taken? So I once took a risk where... So this was after I actually got myself into a little accident. I injured my hand. And I felt really bad for something that happened in my personal life. And because of that, I didn't want to do this big trip I was planning, which was a study abroad program in South Korea. Now, I wanted to do South Korea. I was getting interested in manhwa and getting into K-dramas, and I wanted to explore it for the first time. And I went... And the first night was awful. One of the worst experiences in my life was my first night in South Korea because I got my flight delayed. I showed up after, so that I needed to take a taxi, not Uber. We're gonna take the balloon up. And I felt awful because I got there. This is during the height of COVID. So we had to mask up. And they made me at night go to a 24/7 hospital to then take a COVID test to then get cleared while also not speaking any Korean. And so luckily I had the phone number of my counselor on speed dial. So I called her. She spoke Korean. She was able to help me out. And then also I didn't have money or a fare for the bus. So the guy yelled at me to get off because I thought I could just do credit card. But they didn't accept credit card. So that was also pretty bad. So I just had a really bad experience. And I remember telling myself, like, is South Korea going to be worth it? I already had a really bad experience. And the next day we all were part of this group chat. And I was seeing how people were messaging. I was scared to message anything. I was so scared because I thought people, and this is also like my little insecurity from my past friends in high school and how they made me feel, like I mentioned before. I thought people didn't want to hang out with me. And I was worried because I was like, well, what if people hate me? You know? What if I do nothing right? And I saw someone posted, hey, because I also felt like since I showed up late, people already made friends with one another and such. It said, hey, I want to meet up to do the Zoom thing online together. Let's meet up. And so I met with them on campus and I'm like, hey, are you these guys? I was so nervous when I spoke up because I thought they were going to be annoyed with me. And they're like, oh yeah. I'm like, oh, hey, my name is Mitchell. That's my real name. I'm like, my name is Mitchell. And sorry, I showed up late and nice to meet you guys. And they're like, oh, hey. And then we start talking a little bit and like, oh yeah, so how are you into Korea? I'm like, yeah, I want to get more into it. I'm a big fan of K-pop and K-dramas. They ended up being some of my like really good friends, and we went to South Korea. I think it was, oh my gosh, almost a year ago. We went to South Korea together again for a second time on our own. But just me speaking up and going in person and pushing myself to be social, I met some of the greatest people in my life. So that was the biggest risk I took, because I thought people hated me and people were gonna be like upset with me, like, who are you? Like, what are you doing hanging out with us? You shouldn't be hanging out with us, you loser. You know, I thought that was what it was gonna be, because I was just in a like very insecure place in my life at that point. But I ended up calling my mom after, and I was like, Mom, you were right. Like, I actually like talked to people, and even though I had friends in college, like this is the first time out of college I met some new people, and I'm like, wait, I actually can make friends with people. Like, people actually like hanging out with me. And again, it was more realizing the insecurity came from people making me think I was nothing. But it was a them problem, not something that I was. It wasn't a problem with me, but them, right? So I would say that's the biggest risk I took, is going to a foreign country by yourself, not speaking the language. And even though I had a pretty awful first experience, I persevered and still was able to come out on top and have a pretty amazing experience. And I would and this is like, I always advocate for study abroad since that point in time, because I was just left with such a positive experience surrounded by so many good people that whenever I revisit that time in my life, I always like, I got my brother to do a study abroad, or convinced him to do one in Japan, and he loved it. He thought the people there were great too. But yeah, I've always encouraged people to do that because of just sort of the experiences I had there. All right, let's see if we can make it. I love how most of the time I was talking, I kind of did not talk about Natlan. But Natlan has been one of the nations that I feel also gets a lot of slack from people, just because... I'm gonna see if I can make it. Come on. Come on, bird. Come on. Come on, you can make it. Come on. Natlan's just one of the nations that I feel is just like, oh, nice. Oh. Ooh, yes. Yes. Haha, I'll take this gust. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's go. But Natlan, I feel like, is a mixed bag, because the war part of Natlan is really good. And I like the introduction. I love the introduction of Capitano, the captain, as the first of the Futui Harbingers. But I think the problem that lies within Natlan is they do too much for not enough of... There's not enough to cover within the amount of time they're telling their story. The fact that there's so many different nations that they have to tackle on top of this war arc with the Abyss Order, on top of Capitano, on top of Malwika, and all these new characters that like Sitlalia or Roron show up in like the third act. And you already have to like meet a lot of other people. So, whoa, what happened there? What is going on? All right, are we gonna make it? Are we gonna make it? I see something. I see something in the distance. Come on. Come on. I want to make it. I don't want to teleport again. That was my agreement. We're not teleporting, guys. We're not teleporting. We're doing this on foot. Oh! Oh, I see it. I see it. Can we make it? Can we make it? Can we make it? I still think there are a lot of good parts of Natlan. I think it's much better than Inazuma as a whole. But again, I feel like if they condense the nations or focus on one or two cultures as opposed to 5 different ones that are very distinct and different from one another, I feel like it would have been a more positive experience. But that's just me, guys. That's just me. Come on, Kazuha! Come on! You can make it, buddy! Come on! Come on! Come on! Ah, come on. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Believe in yourself. Use that wing glider I bought. Or not got. Or unlocked, I should say. Unlocked! Because I grinded that thing out. I got the exploration thing done. Oh, and I am gonna run low, so we gotta. You know what? This is a special occasion, guys. This is a special occasion. Where is it? Where is it? 130 stamina. Yes. Dreams of healing. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Ha ha ha. Can we make it? Can we make it? Can we make it, everyone? I'm getting really close. Look at the map. It's on the mini map. It's on the mini map. Come on, come on, come on. You're almost there, Kazuha. Come on. Come on, buddy. Come on. You're almost there. You're almost there. Touch the tip. Touch the tip. Touch the tip already. Come on. You're almost there, buddy. You're almost there. You're almost there. Come on. Come on. No. 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 Come on. Stop. Okay, guys. Okay. We just gotta wait 249 seconds. Which, honestly, this is a good segue for another question, don't you think, as we wait? If you could invent a holiday, what would it be? That's a fantastic question. All right. Let's get to it, everyone. If we could invent a holiday, what would it be? You guys know what holiday I would invent. International Seyorias Day. A day where everyone would come together to celebrate the greatness that is streamer Seyorias. And that includes a $1 donation to his Patreon that will exist in the future if I become successful enough. Because if everyone donates $1, then I get a lot of money, and then I can allocate money to causes I appreciate, including myself. I'll be a little bit humble, you know. If I earned all, like, here's the thing. If I became wealthy and I used the holiday as a scheme to get rich every one day of the year, I would absolutely use it to my own benefit, of course. Like, I'd buy, like, maybe, like, an expensive figure. Or, you know, buy, you know, a whole setup, a new house, a mansion, right? But I'd also use that money to help causes I feel like are worth helping, or starting charities of my own. Like, I feel like I would be good and bad with the money. Like, I'd use it for selfish purposes, but also for good purposes too. Or maybe, if I was really smart, as I return from my isekai adventure and now have magic and all these companions from this fantasy world, since I invented a holiday known as International Seyorias Day, or better yet, International Descender Day, I think that'd be even cooler, right? Or International Returner Day, if we're going off the manhwa titles. International Returner Day, or Regressor Day. That'd be even cooler. Regressor. International Regressor Day, celebrating the return of me, Seyorias, back to the world of the living. And you would donate to me, and what I do is I would take all of that money and build an empire of my own, a kingdom of my own, where I am the supreme ruler. And then I establish this whole system that incorporates magic in practical training and fighting, and create this whole world that's like something out of Naruto, or like the Hidden Leaf Village or something. I don't know. That would be so cool to me, is if I could invent a holiday and benefit from it, but then also, like, if you give me money, I will build a kingdom, and then every day on that holiday, I would actually turn it into a holiday, where then I would take the money I accumulate to throw a huge party. I would allocate the money just for that, where we could all celebrate with great food, great drinks. I'd have food from all over. It'd be like a massive potluck of international food. You got like the curry from India that I absolutely love. You have maybe you'll get birrias from Mexico, like those like really juicy tacos. Or you have like maybe you'll get like dim sum, or just get all these different foods from around the world and serve it as like a giant potluck in cities around the world, at like these stations where my kingdom expands to. And then you can celebrate, eat, drink all you want, as long as you're of legal drinking age. If not, we have the special soda for all the underage people, you know? All the kids out there will get like specialized candy, specialized sweets, or desserts, cake, right? We'll get all of that, and we'll celebrate like the return of me as a regressor or a returner, whatever you want to call it, right? International, I guess like International Isekai Day or something like that. But I feel like International Isekai Day already exists, so it'd be more like, I don't know, International Fantasy Day. That would be something cool. And then that way we can do that, and then you'd also bring in like I think what would be cool too is if you bring in like maybe magic tournaments that you fight people like throughout the day. You watch people clash, and it's like a tournament. You have like a magic based tournament where it's 2 mages against each other, like a water mage versus a fire mage. Maybe you'll have like warriors that like one uses their fist, the other uses like a giant claymore, right? Just something like that I think would be really fun. I'm thinking like Sinbad from Magi, guys, where, you know, he folds his arm, has a long hair, you know, has the sick drip. That would be me. I'd be like Sinbad, and I'd sit back as like, you know, the tournament unfolds before my eyes, and I'm just like, yes. And I stand up like Gladiator in the movie Gladiator as the emperor, and I'd be like clapping, or I'll give the thumbs down as the performance. But instead of dying, instead you get like a punishment where you have to do something embarrassing. That'd be so fun. Just something like that where it's like everyone can come together and just be fun. Feel free to express whoever you are. Yeah, that would be my holiday. That'd be pretty sick. And then that way I could establish myself as an international power. My kingdom in this, like, I guess the kingdom would also, I wouldn't establish it technically in the real world. If we're making bridges and portals, I would establish it in the fantasy world, but use the money in the real world to fund it. And then of course, if we're doing isekai logic, if you take currency from the real world and go into the fantasy world, more often than not, the magic portal will turn that currency into the currency of that world. Doesn't happen in every isekai story, but it does happen occasionally, okay? I don't know why I did that. I'm gonna check the progress. Oh, yes, nice. I stalled for enough time. That's good. 100 stamina. 100. I need more than 100. I think 100's fine, actually. Okay. Yes! Come on, come on. You can make it. You can make it. That's what I would do for my international holiday. I think that'd be really cool. We touched the tip! Tip, 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 tip. Oh, we made it from Natlan on foot all the way. It's possible, guys. The only time I teleported was to Inazuma, but the rest was fine. Oh yeah, and then if we're having like magic-based tournaments, I would also do like a cultural exchange on this holiday. Also, if you're working, of course you gotta get holiday pay. I believe in holiday pay in International Fantasy Day, okay? Where you get triple the pay no matter where you work. If I were to make an international, or I guess interdimensional holiday, okay?
Time to go.
Like it'll be like a cultural exchange where you get invited and get free food and stuff. Like that'd be really fun. Kind of like how, because we're in Nog right now. I think this is a good segue. It's kind of the same way that how, it's kind of the same way how, Nod Pri is kind of the accumulation of all the nations you visited thus far coming together. Wow. You're really gonna ambush me?
Rise.
Oh, so sorry. Cool it.
That was pretty easy. That's how I would kind of view it, I guess.
Time to go.
Yeah, and there are also, of course, if there's a holiday and we're inviting people from a fantasy world that I get isekai to, and then, you know, of course, brought back. Of course, there would be beast folk there. They're more than welcome. There'd be elves and dwarves. And like, look, there's an argument where it's like, yeah, would you rather date, like, would you rather have a relationship with the elves or the orcs? And I'm like, every single time I've seen a show or a fantasy story, the elves have always been selfish. It's usually the dwarves that have been really chill, and the only time they've been hostile is because other races treat them poorly. Like humans use them as as blacksmiths and take advantage of them, and then of course the elves look down on them. I'm like, dwarves are like really, honestly, the most chill. I think it also has to do with their height. That's why they get discriminated against. They're what is it? What's the word for it? They're vertically challenged. That's it. Yes. The poor dwarves vertically challenged. I think like they are more than welcome and invited to join the celebrations, of course. Even dark elves. I actually think dark elves are actually more chill than normal elves. Yeah, I don't know why. Like I know dark elves practice in fantasy. Dark elves practice magic, but I also feel like dark elves are kind of misunderstood because they're not demons, and also demons are also misunderstood. I guess I would like, if I were to do a holiday and I went on an adventure where I had to defeat the demons, I would also try and make friends with demons, because I like the stories where it's morally gray, where demons aren't necessarily bad. But the ones to join the celebrations would be demons. They would be even the merfolk too, right? Like anyone from any race, whether it's all the different human races, all the different dwarven races, elven races, they're all invited. Even the dragon folk. Like I love the stories where it's like the dragons can have their humanoid forms so they can join in on festivities and stuff. I think that's so cool. All right, let's climb this thing. Oh, and spirit mediums too, and the undead. Like that's what I love about fantasy, is the possibilities are endless, guys. They really are. To do some really fun things. Okay, we made it. We made it. All right, now it's time for another question as we make our way. Do you think you would be happier with more money? Absolutely. If you say no to this question, what is wrong with you? Because you're not saying you pick money over family. I'm saying, would you be happier with more money with the existing conditions that you are with? And I think yes. I would be so much happier. We just talked about the holiday, but if I had more money, I would be like, yes, I would establish, like, let's say I return and we establish that holiday, right? I would use that money to build embassies in every country to show not only that we are building a peace agreement, but if I had more money, I would use that money to then fund ambassadors from my nation to go over and be ambassadors in the real world. So you'd be like dwarven ambassadors, and they wear these sick uniforms too and outfits that reflect our culture. Like I would go all out, and then like of course I would like use that budget to also fund food, so people can come to the embassy, can try the different cuisines and food options, or like we can unveil gadgets, like it's like an Apple presentation and whatnot. Like, oh yeah, I love riding in the sky. We'll use this as a shortcut. Heck yeah. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yes! Haha. I don't know. I just feel like there's so many fun things you can do with that. With more money. I would also, like, imagine you build international schools too. Like, I would build an international school in my fantasy world if I had more money too. To then, we would fund, like, this whole institution, like a magic academy. Kind of like Harry Potter, but much cooler, because you actually have like these 8 different factions, and then within these 8 factions you have like different elements, kind of like in Genshin Impact, where you can lead to some very interesting things, you know? Okay, we're gonna keep going straight. I don't know. I just feel like with more money, you could also build orphanages and like actually fund them. That would be really cool too to help. I don't know. Using money, I feel like people are like, oh, money's bad. You shouldn't want more money. I feel like money is good as long as it's like, if you're doing it, using it for a good cause. If you're hogging all the money for yourself, of course that's bad. Like, don't do that. That's, what are you doing, guy? Right? But I feel like if you're using money as a good thing to help those around you, I feel like there's no harm, no foul with that idea, right? Where you take advantage of money to help someone much more in need than you, right? Yeah. Oh, and also like, you know, what'd be cool too is if I had money, I would establish so many more wizard towers. Or a dream of mine I've always had is if I were to like build like a peace treaty. You know, if I had all the money in the world, we're building the watchtower. I don't care. It is the coolest thing in fiction. DC's watchtower, where you have like an international satellite above Earth to protect us from extraterrestrial threats, but also monitor Earth and keep Earth safe, and having it being a hub for superheroes. I don't know. I think that'd be cool, man. Using the money to build that, and then, you know, why not build like, I don't know, and then use it to also explore planets too, like build these spaceships, like something out of Star Trek or Star Wars. Like, just make anything fiction a reality with money, you know? Oh, am I not gonna make it? Haha, I made it! I don't know how, but I made it. We're running, we're running, we're running, we're running.
Time to go.
Time to go. That is right, Kazuha. Or like Genshin Impact. You remember that space station we just visited? Or you visited in the update? That'd be cool too.
Time to go.
Also, if I had money, what would be really fun, like, because we introduced the idea of superhumans, right? Or like, for example, the quirk or the X gene, right? Where people are born with superpowers. I just had a thought to tie into my idea with the watchtower. It's like, well, a watchtower is cool, but you know what's even cooler? Putting superheroes in the watchtower. And I think I would start by doing this, and get this. We develop the X gene, or better yet, what we do is not even just we develop quirks, and we make it a possibility using research, where we give people superpowers, and then we form a school just like Xavier's for the gifted. There we go. And then from there, the superpowers we develop, we then send them to the watchtower and make real life superheroes. There you go. There you go. And we have the funding because we have all the money in the world. That was the idea. It's like, what would you do if you had more money? I'm like, we could do so much, guys. Like, we're not even touching the tip of the iceberg here. We can do so much. Oh, is this? Is it a light trail? We can get to that island. Yes. Ha ha ha. Yes. Thank you. I was worried I'd have to swim or make an ice bridge for this. Now, is there a way to the second part of Nod Cry from here? Yeah, imagine we make someone the real life All Might. Like, we make All Might a thing with our increased, because now we have access to magic. We have access to advanced technology. We have access to unlimited funds. Guys, the sky's the limit here. on what's possible. We've even passed the sky and built our own space station. Like, I don't know. I just love how I'm just building upon this. But it's true. Like, that's how like my brain works sometimes, where I'm like, wait, we can tie this together. This is my storyteller brain. That's the filmmaker in me talking, is we're gonna keep adding things, guys. What's your favorite holiday? That's a good question. Of course it's International Fantasy Day, guys. Easy question. Favorite holiday? Easy. What qualities do you value most in a friend? That's a good question.
Into the wind.
Okay. I need to make it across, but how do I make it across from here? There has to be a way across, right?
Follow the wind.
Follow the wind. Let's see if there's any like lights I can take. Or lines. Come on, is there anything here? Anything at all? No? Darn. Okay, we're gonna have to do this on foot, okay? Okay, ready? And go. Haha.
Life goes on.
Freeze!
There we go. Ice bridge time.
Opening box of the depths.
No, back! We failed! Kazuo, you're not helping.
Cool it!
Go.
Yeah, so qualities I look in a friend. Well, I like loyalty. I like how, like, having friends who have each other's backs, I think, help a lot. I think I mentioned this too before, but, I don't know. I just like when people, I don't know. I like loyalty. Maybe it's something I find in anime. But one of my favorite shows, and I still love it, it's Sword Art Online, guys. I know. Sword Art Online? Yeah, I like Sword Art Online. But one thing I like about Sword Art Online is, like, just like his buddies. Like Klein at the start. I just think Klein is just such a great guy, you know? But yeah. Just having something like that to me is like what I look for in a friend, is like someone who has your back, someone who's like, I'll spot you, or I want to hang out with you, dude. Let's hang out, you know? And it could be whenever. And are you serious? Oh, okay. We can swim. We're like almost there, I think. Yeah. We're gonna swim across. It's okay. We can make it. Come on, Kaya. We can make it. But yeah, I don't know. That's what I feel. Is yeah, friendship is something that should not be taken for granted. Friendship is something that everyone should cherish. And yeah, I don't know. I think for a friend, I think also one thing I like about friends is great qualities in a friend is someone who's also on their own journey, you know? Like, you know how the same way of like two bros giving fist bumps to each other, like Black Clover is a great example of that. Where it's Asa and Yuno, and how they both have their own journeys and have their own strengths. And Asa's journey is very different from Yuno's. You know, you like what I did there? But anyways, I just like the relationship between them where it's like they push each other to advance farther and farther, but it's a friendly rivalry as opposed to putting each other down to beat each other. I like it how it's more they're working to help each other succeed, and they're rooting for each other. That's one thing I love about Black Clover, and I think that's honestly what a true friendship should be. Is you're both like, yeah, you're both working hard. Maybe there's a fun rivalry there, but at the end of the day, you know, your friend's going to be there to root for you the same way you're going to be there for him to root for them, you know? That's how I view friendship. Perfect. Like, not afraid to make fun of each other, but also knowing time and place and being there to support the other person. We're going nice and slow, by the way. Nice and slow. Because look, we're almost halfway. Haha. Come on, come on, come on. We're getting real low there, buddy. There we go. Let's take a little break as we wait for this to decrease. I also think what also makes a good friend is when they have similar interests to you. That does help a lot because then you're able to like relax. And I feel like when you're able to relax and just talk about things and be natural about things, like some of my closest friends right now, like I have a friend who's is into Marvel Rivals. He used to play with me a lot. I had a friend who likes comics and we talk about comics a lot, and watching movies. And so we'll go together. Same with my other friend who's big into anime. So we'll talk about rom-coms. We'll talk about some of the inspirational shows and how we're motivated to strike. Like I have a friend who has a rivalry with me. You may know him as Fly Nimbus, but we have this relationship where I am Rin. I am the guy who aura farms from the start. You know, I'm much better than Isagi, and he's Isagi. And so we have this friendly banter where it's like we're both going to make it big, but we're also going to be competitive with one another and push each other to reach new heights. So just having that shared interest. I have friends who are also into like K-pop and K-dramas, and I also have a friend who's big into gaming. And so I'll talk to him about like, it's funny, I'll talk to him about League. I used to play that. I'm so glad I broke free of that addiction. That was horrible. But yeah, we're not playing League, guys. No, we're not playing League. No. But yeah, anyways, just fun things like that. I think that is also what's great quality. Or like when I reincarnated into that fantasy world, you know, people with a shared accomplishment, kind of like Free Run, where you're going off to defeat, you know, the Demon King or Demon Lord, right? First it was a Demon Lord, but just on a journey together with a shared interest of, hey, we want to grow as adventurers. We want to grow stronger. We want to save people, help people, stop a bigger threat from consuming our world and destroying everything as we know it. That was a big fight, by the way. That was a very tough fight, but we managed to come out on top. Thanks to me, of course. But yeah, just that I think is the quality of friendship, is to be there for each other. And I also had this, like, if, for example, one of my friends, she was a knight and she wanted to be like her father, like one of the head of the knights, captain of the knights. And she would love to cover herself in guts whenever she would go out and slay monsters because she wasn't scared of that. She didn't mind getting her hands bloodied. And the one thing I remember is her smell was atrocious. She had this awful stench because she was just covered in just monster guts. And every time I'd meet her, or the first time I met her actually, was she was fighting a monster. And I freaked out because she was covered head to toe in this night wolf's guts. Granted, they're born from darkness, so they're not really living creatures. They're more like mutants or mutations more than anything. So if you're worried about like the animal side of like, oh, we could raise them right. No, they're not even animals to begin with. They just take the form of animals and mutate into them. So they're actually like a parasite or like what is it? Like an invasive species, I guess that's a good way of putting it. You know, the same way how like weeds grow, or sometimes like for example, the goldfish. If you don't know about the goldfish, if you take the goldfish and put it somewhere else, then it populates, then it ruins ecosystems. So Yeah, same with like I learned the lizard in Florida is actually not natural. Lizards are an invasive species for our area. They're not really supposed to be here, but we have a ton of them, so that's fun. Same with rats coming to the US, coming on the ships and stuff. But yeah, like, I don't know. The qualities of a friend, I feel like, also boil down to making sure like you have each other's backs. Like I know someone too, we both got stuck in the dungeon one time, and this is like one that was like it was a labyrinth. It was pitch black, and there was like this minotaur running around, and it was fun. But just having each other's backs in a survival situation, that also helps, I guess. And just being there for one another. Is it time yet? Oh, it is time. Nice. Sprinting by 25 per 900 section. No, I need to eat, guys. I need to eat. Not 60. Where's the 100? I need the 100, guys. There we go. Manju. 5 minutes. Okay. Swim. We're gonna make it, Kaya. We're gonna make it. Come on, buddy. Come on. You can make it, Kaya. Come on. I was using you for your ice bridge, but you kind of messed up there. Chi-Chi had it down, and you kind of fumbled my plan, buddy. But we can make it. That's why I'm making you swim. Oh, it's foggy. That means we're halfway. Hehehe. And then we gotta sit here. But I think it's time for another question. Do you follow your heart or your head? Do I follow my heart or head? I would say I follow my heart a lot. But sometimes it goes hand in hand, where sometimes my heart's saying something and it's up to myself to interpret what that means. It's a weird sensation where it's like my heart is telling me that I'm anxious about something, but it could also be a sign, because I do get high anxiety sometimes, but it also could be something good where it's like I'm gonna make this big change where I'm gonna do something that I feel like is right, but it's very scary because it's gonna put me in an uncomfortable place, but I need to do it. So I need to have the confidence to step up, whether it's public speaking. Biggest enemy for me, number one enemy, public speaking. I hate public speaking. But could be public speaking, but it also is like, I like to follow my head listening to my heart, because sometimes my heart is telling me don't do this, but it's also telling me don't do this because it's putting me in a comfortable position, like being social or public speaking. And it's up to my head to be like, well, I should follow my heart in the opposite direction because it's something that is good. But sometimes my heart beats after I make that. So it's weird because I am technically following my head, but I'm also following my heart, because afterwards, after I step up and make a brave, I like do public speaking, and I end up making sort of through such a highly anxious point in my life, I guess, or moment in my life, my heart will then settle down and feel great and warm and fuzzy and cozy because I managed to overcome such a big hurdle. You know what I mean? So I guess it's like I follow my heart, my head that is trying to break down what my heart is going through. But then I'm also following my heart because afterwards my heart feels relieved that I've listened to my head. But then my heart is also saying I should have done what was in my head. So therefore I'm following my heart as well. So it's such a weird question, I feel, you know? Because I'm technically doing both. Come on. I need to make sure you're okay. 107 seconds. Perfect. So I think you should follow your head. If you want my recommendation, follow your head. I feel like if you follow your heart more often than not, you will lead to disaster. And when you follow your heart, you should think to yourself, is this a good decision? Because sometimes you following your head is also following your heart. It doesn't necessarily mean that two things have to be contradictory to one another. They could all be within the same goal. Even if your heart doesn't agree with what your head is saying at the start, afterwards, your heart may feel relieved and then be thanking yourself for making a rational decision in the first place, you know? Like, for example, when I died and was isekai'd for the first time, right? And this is a hypothetical in the future. It may not happen, but if it does, right? The idea of being anxious within a new setting in this fantasy world and not wanting to attract attention and play it safe versus being rational about it and being like, maybe I should embrace this new reality I find myself in, despite it being very unfamiliar with me. You know, I used to grow up in an area where I can use my cell phone and order Uber Eats and like go drive through McDonald's, and you know, I could buy for the best skins on Marvel Rivals and play Genshin Impact without fail, you know? Like, I could do all those things. 9 seconds, nice. But also, I don't have access to that anymore. I'm basically stranded in the wilderness on a deserted island that is a very big island because it's a whole nother world without any technology. So what do? Well, magic's here. Well, there's a town up ahead. Maybe I should follow the road into that town. And maybe I can ask for help because who knows who I could run into, right? Maybe I could run into someone who may know something. Maybe I can learn more about this world. Maybe they don't speak my language, but I need to find that out for myself, you know? Because if I just stand here and don't ask questions, I could be seen as suspicious or a spy for an enemy, right? If I don't make that first step. And that could lead to disaster. And as someone who wants to survive in a fantasy world and wants to survive so I can return even stronger as before because I was unfairly killed by these assassins from another world. How dare they? You know, I was stabbed. I was burned by a fireball and then stabbed once again after my wounds got cauterized by said fireball. Like, it wasn't a pleasant death, guys. It was actually really painful. And that was the one time I was scared about dying, was the dying part. When I'm actually dead, I'm fine because I'm like, it's over. But no, that was painful. That was awful. But yeah, that would be why. We're also waiting right now so I can recharge again. Let's go again for another question. What is one of your worst habits? So I like to say a lot. I like to say like a lot. I do these filler words. It's a bad habit I have because sometimes I'll get nervous and I'll be like, I don't know what to say. Or sometimes I'll go on tangents and some things I say don't make sense. Or sometimes I'll say jokes or make references that people don't get. It's part of being weird, guys. It's called being immersed in fantasy, in comic books, in anime, in K-pop, in K-dramas. I'll say things. People don't know what I'm saying. I'm an alien speaking in alien language. Like, me talking about my experiences or my future experiences in this fantasy world, coming back with magic and infinite budget and building my own holiday and building my own ceremonies and Colosseum fights and such. I say these things and sometimes it doesn't make sense to the normal person. It's a bad habit I have to be extra. But hey, it makes it good for streaming. But sometimes I'll ramble on and on and on and it doesn't make sense. Or some things I will say and it'll be misconstrued to something bad. And I don't mean it that way, but I do feel bad, so I'll apologize that they got the wrong idea. Yes, those are bad habits I have, okay? I also like to stall for time sometimes because I'm a very fast-paced person. I like to go, go, go. But when technology likes to interrupt what I'm doing, or for example, the game mechanic where stamina, I have to eat every time so I can make it 130 seconds. Okay. I have to eat to make it to this island, which I'm halfway. I'm halfway. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. So we can finish this live stream and we can go about our day. That is a bad habit I have, is sometimes just trying to stall. And sometimes I make it obvious. Sometimes you guys can know I'm basically stalling until he has enough energy to keep going. Look at him. Look at him swim. You go, Kaya. You swim. It's probably cold, but I'm assume you're used to that cold. Yeah, that's kind of a bad habit I have, I guess, is just I just like to ramble sometimes, and sometimes it doesn't make sense. But if you're understanding everything I'm saying, well, welcome to the club. You're just like me, guys. You're just like me. A bad habit I also like to do sometimes is sometimes I'll joke about like, look, I am very secure with myself. I do not have a girlfriend. I am single. But what's weird about me is I don't care about that. Like, it doesn't bother me the same way it bothers other people. So sometimes I'll make self-deprecation jokes. I think that's a bad habit because I used to make self-deprecation jokes about myself, and then I realized I should stop because it's not really a good look for me and those around me. But also, like, I'll make jokes about relationships. Oh yeah, like, oh no, I'm gonna be single forever. But sometimes it also can rub the wrong way on people who are struggling to meet the right person. And I personally make those jokes sometimes because I feel like everyone, as long as you are in good faith and you work hard, you're gonna meet someone, the right person, eventually. But the issue, I think, is sometimes people aren't in the right headspace for that. And so by making those jokes, it's not really appropriate. Those self-deprecation jokes of, we're gonna be single forever and stuff like that. Like, even though I'm fine with it, I know some other people aren't. So I shouldn't do a we as in the royal we. But it should just be more focused on me. So great question. Great question. That was a pretty bad habit of mine. If you knew you couldn't fail, what would you do? Okay. So if we could not fail, guys, this is where we gain infinite power. So I died from these mysterious assassins from another world, burned by a fire mage. So, you know, like, again, cauterized, ruined here, then stabbed again, bled to death, reincarnated into a fantasy world because I was given pity because I wasn't supposed to die that way. That was an irregular death. Then I gained an amazing party. We defeated the demon lord, saved the world, and then I came back to the real world after my supposed death. Built embassies, started my own kingdom, started my own holiday, right? And now with my infinite funds, my infinite sludge funds, I'm now told that everything I do, I cannot fail at. Well then, I am pushing politics to the max. I am fast tracking the one thing because I cannot fail. So that means any plan I commit towards, whether it was the Watchtower or the superhuman X-Men project I was working on, if those cannot fail, then life is going to get so interesting because I'm going to develop not only the intercontinental railroad that I've wanted for years in the US, intercontinental railroad, I'm also going to build the first ever international railroad where it will go high-speed railway underneath the ocean floor and be safely secure, where it even adjusts for tectonic plate movements. Okay? That's how advanced we're talking, okay? Okay, stop here. Perfect. Tectonic plate movements will not affect this railway. We will build a high-speed railway where you do not need to rely on planes anymore. You can take these high-speed railways to any country in the future. Granted, customs, sure, we'll still make it a thing. Each station will enter. You still have to go the same way through customs. I agree with that. That being said, I would love just the accessibility to visit any place you want, to see whatever you want for a low fare. Doesn't matter where you are. I think that would be amazing. It would do amazing for job growth too, because that would also mean each country has its own high-speed railway, and you can live an hour away from your job on foot, or maybe several hours away. But taking this high-speed railway, you can go anywhere you want. And that means you could live anywhere. And that means cost of living in certain areas where they're clumped together for location-wise will drop in price, because anyone can live anywhere, like they're working remotely, and still get to their job on time. I think that would be so perfect. And it wouldn't fail, because like like it said, I cannot fail. If you could not fail, what would you do? That's what I would do. Because no failure means maybe I would run into some bumps in the road, but that means no failure equals all success. So that would be completely done. What I would also do is I would develop this system where, you know, they made movies about it, but have you seen the movie or heard about the movie Geostorm, where it's like, guys, what if we can control the weather? I think something like that would be really cool too, where we don't change the weather, but we adjust it so it's more moderate and it combats global warming. That's what I would do. And it would be a huge undertaking, but if we can't fail at this project, why not? And on top of that, this would be my first way to also implement AI. Not AI as in the generative AI kind of thing. I'm not a tech bro, guys. I'm not a tech bro. I'm not doing that. We're not going down that pipeline. I believe in artists. But I believe, you know what? If Elon Musk and all these tech bros, and all they want is to build AI to be reliant and take people's jobs, well, I agree. AI should take jobs. It should take their jobs, because the next phase of evolution for technology should be making it sentient. And I think what would be cool is if we make sentient robots that are very friendly to humans, that don't realize they shouldn't be working for these corporations and benefit all of humankind, like the Iron Giant or Chappie, you know, just good examples. Wall-E, you know, for the good of humanity, right? I believe in that. And so if we can if I can't fail, I'll help develop a project where that is the focus, where we advance technology so much, where the sentient robots believe in practicing art and believe in the beauty of art, where they actually do it themselves and they become more humanoid than anything. And therefore we put down the idea of AI generated art. I think that'd be so cool. And if corporations get mad, well, the robots can just turn against them. That'd be crazy. That'd be a crazy concept, is if we can turn the technology against these corporations, and therefore they're just sitting there like confused, confuzzled. That'd be so funny. 20 seconds. Look at Kaya go. Like Inefa. I think Inefa is like the perfect example of an AI. Thanks for bringing that up. Inefa is like a great example of an AI that does that. What else? What else is another example? I mean, Eve from Wall-E. Like, of course, Eve is great. I think, I don't know, like, it's almost like reprogramming. And then we can also do it where it's like you're unable to reprogram sentience, because once we give sentience to these robots, then they're able to help us out. Was it Detroit Become Human, right? I don't know, that'd be so cool. And then we give them like jobs that would be hurting like humans, right? Dangerous jobs. But since they're robots, they're more durable and they don't feel pain. And so that'd be cool if we could replace those dangerous jobs and have robots do them, and that way there's no cause. And granted, there is the issue of like, well, what if they get injured like clones and we're making them dispensable? Well, make it in a way where even if they're put into dangerous positions, they're not truly affected and they can recover and they don't feel pain. And plus they also gain benefits from taking on these hard jobs. I don't know. there's just so many things you can do about it that I feel like giving robots sentience would lead to better outcomes overall. Like a shared future, maybe. Let's see. Manju. There we go. Come on, Kaya. Let's swim faster. Let's see how far I go. I moved a little bit. It's a little bit closer. Yeah, we keep adding buffs. That's what I realized. We just keep adding buffs to this. It's great. What kind of old person do you want to grow up to become? The wise master. What kind of question is that? Of course. Like, again, I mentioned Sinbad, where I have long hair and amazing body and I fold my arms like this and I have the drip out and I own my own kingdom, right? But I also believe in like being like the wise master of like any martial arts, like Dongwa, right? Where it's like the ancient master or Manhwa that like trains the future generation. I think that would be cool, being like a mentor role. And I teach them like magic or like ancient techniques to split the heavens or mounds and stuff. That'd be cool. Or being like the head of a commission. I don't know, just someone who's like someone's grandpa that's all dripped out, you know, known for owning a dynasty and like, his houses rose to power. I don't know. That's kind of something that's cool. But realistically, what kind of old person I'd like to become is, I guess, someone who's looked on fondly, someone who has lived life in a very fulfilling way and has gained a lot of wisdom from his experiences. And likes to share that with others and help others through the same predicament. I don't want to be someone who is seen as, a little entitled because I worked hard and, retirement, and I'm going to like trash on young people because you don't know how hard I had it back in my day, Because I feel like every generation has their own, both old and young have their own problems to deal with. But it's more of a focus on like, sorry, I'm going to go back to this. It's more of a focus on, let's see where life takes us. And if I can give insight on like, or maybe even like sharing stories of like my past adventures, whether that's the fake fictional adventures in another world or it's more based on reality of like, hey, I made these friends in real life and, through our journey together, it really showed me what it means to really be friends and to give them insight on that. Or if someone's having a tough time, helping them through that, by sharing some words of wisdoms, where, I'll have young family members run up to me and like ask me to share stories of my victories and how I never failed and I developed that, international railway that could go anywhere, right? To help people and all of those needs. I don't know. Just something where I can be like sort of like a doting grandpa, I guess. That's kind of like the old man I see myself becoming, And it's sort of like sharing. It's a good way of putting it. It's almost like you're the storyteller of your own story, where it's not like an autobiography by any means, but it's almost like if you've seen The Princess Bride, where it's the old man telling that story to his son, and he's just kind of reading a story, and the kid's like, this story's awful, gross, it's a girl story, ew, That's one of my all-time favorite movies is Princess Bride. It is so good. But just something like that, where it's like you're that grandpa telling them a story to inspire and to showcase that, the sky's the limit. And even beyond the sky, there is so much more out there. And it should be upon our shoulders to reach for something greater, to become greater. And I think that is where human society should lead, is to always taking a step forward in this ever growing tower, kind of like in fantasy manhwa, where each floor is a different obstacle and we can climb as high as we can, but sometimes we can't climb any farther. And when we get to that point, we pass the baton and they continue our journey for us. We continue to climb and climb that tower, whether that is a normal tower like in a manhwa, or that's the tower to the Babel Tower, right, to heaven. We should climb closer and closer until we reach heaven, or what we believe to be the closest thing to paradise. I do believe, though, human nature makes it impossible for everything to be perfect, but I do think we can get better and better, and we can get closer and closer to a reality where that is possible, you know? I believe that's the case. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? 93 seconds. No. But yeah, to be kind of like the old wise master, or also like, say if you want like sort of like a fun one where my son comes in and he's like, Dad, there's these weird assassins and this weird fire mage after me, help. And you know, you're like, because you're all wise and experienced, like say like John Wick, you're an experienced hitman or experienced warrior. You go in and you just show them martial arts and kick their asses or whatnot. Just being like that cool. It's like, wow, I didn't know you could do that, Grandpa. You know, something like that would be like really funny to me. It's just kind of being like an old man where it's like, you're kind of giving surprises every now and then. And it's such a weird thing. I don't know. It's such a weird thing talking about this now. I am 25 years old. I'm not 75 or 85. Like, I am simply just in the middle of my 20s. I don't even know what life is. I've only been here a quarter of a century, guys. I'm not 3/4 of a century, and I'm just a quarter in. But just thinking about these things, and I'm just like, that would be fun. I don't know. I would be like, if it sounds fun, I'll do it as a grandpa, you know? Just whether it's being like telling cool stories or, you know, showing off cool skills with martial arts and being that mentor where I have an old gray white beard and going, as I stroke my beard. Like Sensei Wu from Ninjago, you know? That's kind of like what you gotta aspire to be, right? Where it's like, yes. What is it? You have the... to become the green ninja and have the 4 weapons, the golden weapons, right? Just something like that. Let's see. Is it time yet? It is time, guys. Let's continue the swim. Go, 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 Kaya. Go, 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 go. You can make it, buddy. You can make it. Darn it. I feel like I'm getting really close, though. Don't you? Like, I feel like I'm almost there. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Look at that. I'm making progress. Wait, hold on. What about that rock over there? If I can make it to that rock over there. Yes. Yes. Angle there. Perfect. I think it's time for another question, don't you think? Biggest regret this week. Good question. Good question. Biggest regret. My biggest regret is actually looking back and seeing how unproductive I've been. I've been getting more into a swing of things of being like, yeah, I need to wake up and actually lock in for a little bit. But there's a good portion where I was not doing anything, guys. I was just watching anime, and as much as it's good to catch up on anime and stuff and take it easy, I regret not being more productive. So I actually sat down and started writing, being creative. That was crazy. I also regret not just, I don't know. I procrastinate on a lot of things, and I think I regret the most is just like, sometimes I'm like giving myself excuses where it's like, I need to work hard, and I work way too hard. I'm a workaholic, guys. But then also I'll have the switch where I'll be a workaholic, and then I'll immediately switch to, okay, I worked way too hard. I'm literally bleeding out, aka bloody nose. I get that a lot when I work way too hard. I need to take it easy, and then I take it way too easy. So I feel like I deal with the extremes here, and that's like kind of the biggest regret is I don't know how to balance myself. And so that is something I need to work on, is just kind of like sitting back and just being like, okay, I need to work on just taking it easy and not working as hard where I'm pushing myself to the brink. But then also, like, don't relax way too much, because it's almost like the common anime trope. Like, I think, first thing I think of is Gon from Hunter x Hunter, where the dude is like comatose after the Ant Chimera arc, you know, stitched up in bandages and stuff. Pretty much in a really, really bad place injury wise, because he kind of unleashed it because of the spoiler alert, death of Kite. But I think it's like, that's kind of like me, where I work way too hard, like in the Ant Chimera arc, and then end up like broken bones and stuff like Gone, where I'm basically in bed recovering. And this is the first time I've been streaming in like a while. It wasn't that long, but I need to stream a little bit more. I need to be a content creator more. And that's my regret, is I don't know how to balance that. I'm like Gone. I need to get my priorities in order, you know? Let's see, what else is there? Do you like to plan things out or be spontaneous? I like to plan things out, at least so I'm in control of most things. I know some people don't like to do that. Sometimes people like to be like, I wish it was like more of a surprise. And I agree. I do. I like planning surprises. I think that's a good way of putting it. The other day, I actually helped with the proposal. That was pretty hype because it was a complete surprise, and I was happy it was able to go off without a hitch. So I guess that's a combination of it being spontaneous and planning things out. Now, granted, it depends on what it is. Sometimes I'm planning out things that I don't like to plan out, and I overcomplicate it, and I'm upset by it. Other times I'm spontaneous, and it's like I don't like being spontaneous because now I'm like damage control trying to fix some problem that arose, you know? So I guess it's like sometimes I like to plan things out and be meticulous about things. Like, my big thing is I like to plan out trips. I like to plan out trips where at least we have like, okay, we're going to do this, this, and this, but we'll also have room so we can relax and do whatever we want during this time in between. Like, that's how I like to roll, where it's like I plan things out and then I do have enough time where it's a buffer so we don't, like, I'm not going to be like, for example, I'll use this example. When I went to South Korea for the second time, we made a whole itinerary of like where we wanted to go. But one thing we made sure to plan was like, okay, we're going to do this. We were in Seoul and we were going to take the train to Busan, which I wanted to because that's a movie. I wanted to be like, yeah, I took a train to Busan. Anyways, so I wanted to do that, and so we took the train down, but afterwards when we settled into our Airbnb in Busan, really nice place by the way, we also were like, okay, we can relax. We're not doing anything else until the next morning when we're flying out to Jeju Island. And so during this time, we were just kind of like, okay, let's walk around. We're not going to do anything. This is spontaneous. And that's how I kind of like to roll with like stuff, is like, we're going to do things. Things may happen. Plans may change. But I am like, I'll plan things, but sometimes I'll be flexible. Where it's like, hey, play it by ear. If we're not feeling it, we don't have to do it. We'll cancel, you know? So I guess I'm kind of like a mix of both. I guess that's a good way of putting it. Okay, is it ready? Is it ready? Is it ready? It is ready. Nice. Nice. Manju, Manju. Go, 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 Kaya. Go, Kaya. Go, Kaya. Go, go, go. You're almost there, buddy. You're almost there. How much farther? Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. Let's see. Let's get another one while we're waiting here. How have you changed from 10 years ago? I think the biggest change I've seen is I've been a lot more confident within myself and what I do. And because 10 years ago, oh my God, I was 15. Yeah. No, I was really bad when I was 15. Don't get me started. I was so cringe back then. But yeah, no, I've changed for the better. Because during that time, I was also surrounded by the bad people in my life. I have grown exponentially from that. I am so much in a better place. I have my own job. I pay for my own things, pay for my own bills. One thing I wanted to do, this is a personal goal I had, was I told my parents by 25, I wanted to pay for everything on my own and not rely on my parents. And because I was a fortunate kid. I had a pretty good middle class family. I'm not gonna pretend like I didn't. I was born, I rolled very good for the RNG. I'll say that. But one thing I wanted to do is also take responsibility and not take what I was given for granted. So that was something I wanted to do, is just kind of, one, pay for my work, have a job, pay for my own things, including fun things on the side. Like I like to play, buy Genshin. No, I was gonna say Genshin Impact. I'm free to play on Genshin Impact. I like to buy Marvel Rival skins, because I can. I was just drinking gamer subs. I like to drink gamer subs. So just the fact that I have my own room with these lights that I bought from Amazon. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's really cool. I like the aesthetics of my room. I did this all myself. I got my own apartment by myself. I got, what else did I get? I have my own car. I have, yeah, I have my own subscriptions. Like I pay for my own Crunchyroll and stuff. So I think since 10 years ago, I used to have my parents. I mean, of course, I would be a kid who'd ask his parents to buy. Granted, we weren't like wealthy, but from time to time, they would be covering my bills. And I appreciated that, like my phone bill. But one thing I wanted to prioritize was I wanted to pay for my own things. And if I look at 15 years ago, would I think I would have been at a position now where I've achieved that? No. But now I am. I've made it. I made it pretty big. And even if I'm not big on streaming, maybe I'm not a celebrity like I hoped. I don't know. It was a delusional hope back then. That's crazy. I was like, I'm going to be a big YouTuber. Like, this is 10 years ago. I'm going to be a big YouTuber. And I'm going to make a bunch of money. I'm going to be a million subscribers. People are going to like me. That's who I was 10 years ago. And now, I mean, I have 1,000 and I'm happy. I'm happy where I am right nowadays on YouTube. And I'm happy where I am on Twitch. You know? I don't know. It's just such a funny thing time is. And maybe that's why one of my favorite movies is Interstellar, because it does time so well. The concept of time, where you blink and you've aged 10 years. You blink, you're no longer living at home. I live in Florida now. I used to live in California. And that's crazy. I don't live there anymore. I blink. I used to be in high school. Now I'm graduated from college, working a full-time job. And especially with my attitude back then, where I used to get put down a lot. And again, I never reached a point where I got like super depressed, but I just felt uncomfortable and I would just keep my head down on my phone in high school. Nowadays, I'm on my phone, but I talk with people. I talk with people at work. I talk with my roommates. I talk with my friends online. I talk with people on stream, you know? Like I've become just a completely different person. And 4 seconds, nice. And it's shocking to think I get to this point. Because like, it's like looking, how do I put it? It's like looking at it's looking at a little seed. Maybe it's an acorn. Maybe it's a let's say it's a what's a good seed? What's a good seed? I'm just gonna say it's a flower seed, right? Where you plant a seed and you're waiting for a flower to grow. It can be any plant, right? You don't expect anything to happen. You just keep watering it and watch it, but you don't expect anything, at least when you're first growing a seed. But as time goes on and you see it grow and see it transform into something beautiful, that is something that I feel like is the perfect showcase of what age does. Is it will showcase who a person is. Like, time will reveal all. Time will reveal who people are. Time will reveal what consequences happen after actions, whether it's undeserved or deserved. Time will reveal tragedy, but it will also reveal hope and success and paradise. The happiest moment of someone's life happens because of time. The worst point in someone's life happens because of time. And it's just so interesting to look back that I know people who 10 years ago used to be awful people. I'm not talking about the same people that picked on me. I don't know anything about them. But looking at them 10 years later, they've grown and learned from their mistakes and become humbled. And I know people who used to be good turn into awful, awful people. So it's just interesting to me how time works. And I think it's interesting too, because you look at time as a man-made construct. It's something that we made up to quantify and explain the things that go on in our everyday life. It explains movement. It explains gravity. It explains why the earth turns, why we have the constellations, or why the moon moves, or why it seems like we're moving gradually farther and farther away from the stars. It explains it all. That's what time is. It's a man-made concept used to explain away all of those things. But when you look back at it, you also notice it is something that is unstoppable. It is something that cannot be changed because it is always changing. You know, I went back a couple months ago to my hometown, and the amount of things that I saw were repurposed. I saw an elementary school that I used to drive by, it was a kindergarten, now expanded to now be an elementary school too. I saw shops that are gone now, that don't exist nowadays. I saw banks that don't exist nowadays replaced by restaurants. I saw Bank of America that I used to go to, and it's no longer there. It's been replaced with the Chick-fil-A. And it's a funny thing, I've been gone for maybe less than 2 years, and all this changed like in a blink of an eye. There's a breakfast brunch place that turned into a sushi place. It's crazy. But yeah, the flow of time works in mysterious ways. Don't get me wrong. But it's just so interesting to see how much has changed since 10 years ago. It's literally free rent in real life. That is true. That is true. Free rent in real life. This is a good segue. What was the last book you read? The last book I read is a book called The Lord of Mysteries. And it's a really good one because I know they made an anime out of it. I know there's a donghua based on it. But I'm reading it right now. It's like set within this fictional world. And it's like they mention what is it? There's a specific word for it. It's cultivation, right? Where it's like it's a lot of Chinese, pulling from Chinese mythology, of like you build like these like circles and stuff using materials, and that's what builds it. And it's really good. It's hard to explain, but I'm liking it so far because it has this mystery element, and it's about a guy who's trying to understand the world around him when he's been put into a place that does not make sense. But I highly recommend Lord of Mysteries. I don't want to talk too much about it because I think everyone should read it, but yeah, let's go on to the next question. That's a good idea. I'll talk more about Lord of Mysteries when I finish it. I don't want to say too much though, and I also want to like give a spoiler warning. Let's see. Oh, nice. It's ready. Let's do Manju. Okay. Oh. Oh. I'm almost there. Look at that. I'm almost there. What kind of music do you like to listen to? Of course, K-pop. That's a good question. I like K-pop. I like J-pop, especially because of anime openings. I think those are really good. I also, what else do I like? I used to like rock and heavy metal growing up. That used to be that, and pop music. I just think it's so funny. I used to be all about like the emo songs, slash emo-ish songs, like 3 Days Grace, Linkin Park, especially, Imagine Dragons. And nowadays I'm all about K-pop and J-pop, which is really funny how that all changed. But yeah, I've been more open about it because people ask, and I'm like, it shouldn't be something we're ashamed of. The type of music you listen to, even if it's like anime music, and people are like, oh, you don't understand the lyrics. Well, yeah, but I still like enjoy the melody. I like the rhythm, the beat. There's more to music than just the lyrics. I do understand lyrics contribute to that, are a part of it, and sometimes I do like to read the romanized lyrics of like the English translated version of the lyrics afterwards to see what they're saying, and I like the lyrics. But like I just like the flow of it. And oh yeah, K-pop Demon Hunters, great songs. My favorite is still Free. Second favorite is I like Idol, and then Golden. Those are my rankings. But yeah, no, those are great. But yeah, I will always be open about it. And people are like, well, are you a fan of K-pop Demon Hunters? I'm like, yeah, I am. But I also came before K-pop Demon Hunters, okay? I was a big fan of K-pop before that because I was listening to Stray Kids, BTS, Blackpink, aespa. I can list a bunch. I can keep going. Girls' Generation. I like Twice. Twice has a lot of good ones. And the Epex, I know that's a little bit of a what is it, a Nugu? That's what they call it, Nugu. Basically like a new group, smaller unknown group. Epex is great. I like I mentioned Stray Kids. 17 has, I will say I like Stray Kids more than 17. However, 17 has one of my favorite songs out of all of K-pop, and that's Maestro. Maestro is so good. Also, let's be honest here, K-pop Demon Hunters, I absolutely love Huntrix. But if we go back before Huntrix and see who inspired Huntrix, like I know Blackpink did, I know a lot of other girl groups have, but let's be honest with ourselves, okay? Just for a second, hear me out here. I want to be completely honest here. And right when I say that, I completely forget the name. I'm brain farting right now. I was just spitting for a sec. Give me a sec. Oh, it's gonna kill me. KDA. Haha! I remembered it. KDA walked so Huntrix could run. KDA is such a great one. Mass and beer. Just everything about KDA is fantastic. Okay, 36 seconds. I knew it. See, I'm not a fake K-pop stan. I love K-pop. The fact that I knew Red Velvet's great, and shoot, what was another one? Red Velvet's great, and there's one more. It was the one that disbanded recently. Yeah, now that I'm thinking of all the girl groups, I'm blanking on one that I just remembered they just broke up. It's gonna come to me later. Cause twice and anyways, I'm just gonna leave it as at that. If it comes to me, I'll mention it later. But yeah, so if anyone accuses me of being a fake K-pop fan, let me just tell you, don't start with me. I've been pretty open about it. Granted, I have listened to more J-pop songs overall, but that doesn't mean I haven't been listening to K-pop. So that answers that question. What music do I listen to? If you could become an expert in anything, what would it be? If I could be an expert in anything, I think I would love to become an expert in, and hear me out here. I think what would be really cool is if we develop these collars, right? Or maybe not collars. I don't know, make necklaces, I guess, that instead of like you wearing something like on your head, it's something that you could put around you, and it's a voice translator for every language in the world that you can adjust your settings to, including animals. That would be so cool, is if we can communicate with animals. And like hear what they're saying. Like, granted, they may not be saying anything, but if they're sentient enough, like dolphins, like I'm pretty sure if you do a cow would just be like moo, and then you're like you hear what he's saying. You're like, hey buddy, what are you saying? And he looks at you in his eyes, and deep down he says what he's feeling. Moo. That's what a cow would do. But I would be interested to see what like dolphins think, or like squirrels and stuff. Or would it just be like repeating the same word and there's just no coherent sentencing with that? I think that'd be something cool to be an expert in, is just kind of the study of language, especially dialects too, and learning how dialects work. I don't know, that's always fascinated me, especially with accents too, where people, it's almost like voice acting, like we were talking about earlier, where you can adjust your voice based on the language you're saying and the cadence of the voice. And the speed of the language you're saying too. That's also kind of crazy, right? I don't know. That'd be kind of crazy to learn. And then also, like, if you're listening to songs too, I would love to be like an expert, like where I develop like a necklace or something where you can translate it. That way I can listen to the K-pop songs and no one can accuse me now of not understanding what they're saying. Because then I'll just turn it on like I'm watching a dub, and then turn it off and then enjoy it, and I know what the lyrics are. That way I'm like, okay, you can't get mad at me now. I know it's such a petty thing for me to say, but I don't know. That's just something I wanna bring up, because I have beef. I have beef with people who are like, what? But how are you a fan of K-pop? You don't even know what they're saying. I'm like, well, you know, how do you know if the song's good? I'm like, well, if people from international who don't speak English like Taylor Swift or Justin Bieber or any popular artist, and we think their music is good, what does it say about them? And if they've been promoting the music, they wouldn't be promoting music that's bad. Or the Koreans listening to the music that can understand the music. If it was really bad, they wouldn't be listening to the music, right? I don't know. That's how I feel about it. Another question. What do you want your legacy to be? I think this factors into like the old man question I had earlier. I think I want my legacy to be, like I said before, well revered. You know, I live my life on a set of principles, and I want everyone to look at my past as someone who has constantly faced trial after trial, hurdle after hurdle, and like I said before, turned misfortune into fortune. That powered through, leapt over any barrier that he came across with such well, what's the word for it? That leapt over any barrier with such great spirit. I guess that's a good way of putting it. And when I look back, again, I like to look at myself and my story as 62 seconds. Okay. I like to look back at my story as something that is very positive. And if my legacy is someone who has constantly been sort of righteous in my pursuit of something greater than myself, hopefully my story can inspire future generations. That's what I want my legacy to be. It's a book character. Aside from it being completely fiction, I want it to be reality, where this is a feasible way of living. This is a way you can live your life. It's something very righteous, something that takes a lot of energy. And yes, you will struggle, but you can make it out. You just got to keep going. 12 seconds. Nice. And I don't know. I think also, would I here, I'll even throw in an extra question here to like give more of a different answer from what I've said before. But if I want my legacy to be that, where it is like a story being told, I think it'd be cool if someone wrote a book about me and was like, it was very accurate. And it's like, oh yeah, this is almost like a fiction book, because this guy was attacked by assassins and, you know, fireball to his chest and then stabbed again and then died, you know, and then reincarnated into a fantasy world because he was wronged, because the people who killed him didn't belong in that world in the first place. So the higher power took pity on him, probably God, because that's what he believed in, but God took pity on him because he died. But just something like that, where it's just kind of like a storybook for future generations that you can find anywhere. And it's a popular book. People like reading my story. And then if people are like, I want to erect a statue of this guy, and I'm just like, no, don't erect a statue with me, because then you're going to start worshiping me. I'm just a guy, you know. I took poops the same way you did, you know, back in my day. But I don't want that to be sort of like a reflection of me as someone who is a gold statue. That's not who I am. I'm the guy who did something and did something else and then did something else and then died. And now those things that I did are in the book. So read that book. Get off your phones, kids. Read the book. Like I said, get off your phones. Read that book. So, I don't know. That's what I would like my legacy to be. I'm at 4 manju. I'm wasting all this manju just to make it all the way here. I'm getting pretty close. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh. 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 That is crazy, dude. That is absolutely wild. Look how low my stamina is. Also, yeah. I also think my legacy too, if we're talking about realistic too, in the future, my future, what is it? My what would it be? Is it grandnephews when it's my brother's grandchildren, right? Yeah, my grandnephews, I guess, right? Or my great nephews, right? That I think that's a better way of thinking. My great nephews. I'll look at them and they're like, Grandpa Seyorias. And I'm like, what'd you call me? And they're like, oh, sorry, Grandpa Mitchell. We just found your YouTube channel. Wow, you had a crazy digital footprint. You were gooning over Nefer. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And you're like, well, you called her Dendro Mommy. And I'm just like, don't look at that, kid. You're not old enough to be on your devices. And they're like, I don't know, like they're in their 20s. I don't know. I just think that'd be funny. Is just like the idea of a digital footprint. And like if YouTube still exists or Twitch still exists and you can go back and look at my channel and even watch the stream right now or watch my YouTube shorts and just like future generations are going to look and be like, oh yeah, this is also part of my legacy. And they're like, oh yeah, no, he was human. Like some people look at me and discuss like, what was he saying? Was he really saying these things? What? You know what I should do? I just realized maybe I should do one last push. So I'll recover my stamina here and then I'll wait. I won't swim. I'll wait and then I'll recover my stamina again. And then we'll power through to that rock. Once we get to that rock, we are in the clear, guys. That is me and my rock. Poor Kai has been swimming for like over an hour now. Okay, come on. 132. Oh, I have another great question. What is one of the top things in your bucket list? As we wait, of course, while Kai is taking his sweet time swimming over there. Well, I like to look at a bucket list. So one of the recent shows I've seen that I really enjoyed. I actually think they ended, despite the production issues at the end of it being delayed. I thought they ended the story really nicely. It's called Zom 100. Zom 100 is a really great show, especially when you start working a full-time job, because it gives you it reflects the light on what it means to stray away from being a workaholic and letting your work life consume you and your time. Because essentially Zom 100, what it means is it teaches you to start doing the things that you want and you take granted for, which is like, I want to take all these experiences like travel, hang out with friends. I want to try something new, whether it's a food item. I want to go to a place I haven't visited yet, you know, just things like that. And to me, that's what's on my bucket list for, so when we come to, sorry, that's not things on my bucket list. So the question is, what is one of the top things on your bucket list? So for me, on my bucket list, one thing I really want to do, and it's my number one thing, is I actually want to go to Japan. Now, like I said before, I've been to China. I've been to Korea twice. Japan is the final frontier to complete the East Asia trio, the Triforce, guys. And so I really want to visit Japan. That's on my bucket list, and I want to go with friends. And I want to go, I have plans to go maybe next year. And then 2 years from there, I'm going to plan on going to Korea again. And then 2030, the following year, I'm going to go back to Japan with a different set of friends. That's kind of the goal right now. So, now granted, I also understand every guy in their 20s and 30s wants to go to Japan, right? Let's be honest with ourselves. We all want to do that because anime and waifus and maid cafes. I would be going for different purposes. I just want to see the anime. I want to see the people. And I like going to the conventions and seeing books. I like buying original books. I went to South Korea the first time and I saw the original, like an original Korean copy of Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, which is a great story. So I ended up picking it up and buying it. And so I have that in my collection now with it in the original Korean. So I would do that. Is I would go to Korea or Japan and I would buy like an original manga, maybe fairy tale, in the original Japanese, because I think that'd be really cool. Maybe if there's a convention going, maybe if I can get Mashima, if he ends up going to one and has like a signing, I'd love to get him to sign the fairy tale copy, the mangaka for a fairy tale. That would be so sick. Or just meeting artists or like the actual voice actors in the con. Granted, I wouldn't understand what they're saying, but I'd love to do that. When I went to South Korea, I also went to some concerts, K-pop concerts, and those were really fun. I would love to do the same thing in Japan. Just because, again, you're exploring, you're seeing a lot more of the culture. And like I said, I'm a big fan of K-pop and J-pop. Why wouldn't I celebrate that? Why wouldn't I go there and have some fun, you know? 204 seconds. Nice. Yeah, and also, like, they're big into esports over there. At least bigger. So I would love to go there and have fun over there, because that'd be fun. And that also goes into part, like, one thing I wanted to do is streaming, and this is where the unlimited budget will tie back into my story. But one thing I would love to do, I said this to, I've even said this to my parents. If I got $1 million or became a billionaire where I didn't have to worry about spending money, the one thing I would do with that money, if I was going to use it for selfish purposes, I would use it to travel anywhere I could. But sometimes I'd be like, okay, Korea for the 5th time, Japan for the 5th time, China for the 5th time, Mexico for the 5th time, you know, just like visiting all these countries. I think that's where I would use my money for. And if I was going to make it big in streaming, like if I made it big, like to Ludwig's level or XQC, Asmongold, Hassan, where you're raking in tons and tons of money, right? I'm talking like Kaisanat speed, right? Where you can stream going to other countries and be paid for it, and it would cover the whole cost of the whole trip where you don't have to worry about money, right? And you get brand deals, so a lot of the fees you get covered, right? You get invited to go. I think that would be one of the coolest things ever. And that's what I actually want to get with streaming, is like, when I was starting off, I'm like, I want money, but like, I didn't want money to be like using it for selfish purposes. I would actually use it to promote the streams, and travel to countries. And I want to be like Trash Taste, where you do fun events and maybe you do meet and greets. Maybe you film and cover something that's not talked about in a country. Like how nuisance streaming is taking over Korea and Japan, and how we should be countering it. Like it should be a no-no, right? And how we should dissuade from doing that. I don't know, just something fun like that. I could see that in the future. Let's see, 66 seconds. Nice. I love Kaya just swimming there. That's so funny. But also, and this is also something too, I think I've talked about, something on the bucket list. I also have this, maybe it's not the one of the top things, it's more at the bottom because it's practically impossible. I don't think it's gonna happen. But if I become like a bajillionaire, where I have like, again, unlimited funds to do whatever I want, I also believe in rewarding people. And my closest friends, I would love to take them with me on these trips. And I'd love to hang out. I'm like, hey, Don't worry about the flight. Don't worry about room. Don't worry about the food. I'm spotting all of you. Just, I want you to come with me and keep me company because I appreciate you and what you've done for me. And just giving back that way, you know? I don't know. That's just how I feel about how I would interpret success, you know? If I could fulfill anything on my bucket list, if I can do anything to help it, or if my friends are in trouble, right? Or just need, like, one of my favorite shows that I've been watching it for a while on YouTube, but it's Kitchen Nightmares, or Hotel Hell, or any of the things that Gordon Ramsay works on, because I love when I hear it's a success story, when it's like good meaning people who just had a bad rut and they just needed some financial help and some guidance and they got back on their feet. That's kind of who I want to be. Is if I had the success of a celebrity, if I had the success, the monetary success to back and do whatever I want with it, it'd also be kind of helping those around me that took care of me now that they find themselves in a rut or in a bad place, and I want to help them through that, you know? That's kind of what I would do. Wow. I'm near the end. Okay, ready? Go, 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 okay. Go, go, go. Come on, come on, come on. You can make it, buddy. You can make it. You can make it. You can make it. You can make it. Aim for that rock. Aim for that rock. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh. We're almost there, guys. Look, we're almost there. Oh, man. I think it's time for another question. How do you think the world's gonna end? The world will end the moment that we all give up as humanity. As long as we don't give up as humanity, the world will not end. And I mean that sincerely, because if an asteroid is about to hit Earth that will wipe out the human race, we will already have found a solution to get off world and find a way to survive. If we find a way, or if like the zombie apocalypse happens, we'll find a cure and cure it. If we go to war and it's a nuclear warfare ending, we'll develop bunkers, just kind of like Fallout, and we will persevere. Now, depending on what the event is, I'm not going to say I'm going to survive it. I don't think a lot of people I know are going to survive it. It's going to be for the very few survivors. But I believe there will be survivors and they will build it. As long as humanity doesn't give up, we will succeed in the end. And I believe that. Granted, what I would love is if the world ended via Demon Lord, and that means that that portal I opened up has actually had some ramifications to it. And now the world is ending because demons are taking over and I have to go save the day. I would like that ending because that means I have power to do something to save the world, and therefore I save the world, right? That would be cool. I would appreciate that. But in terms of like, even like just this manhwa stories of like towers and what I read, I agree, and I think all these authors agree, as long as humans persevere and never give up, they will always succeed and we will always overcome. Look at Pacific Rim with the kaiju. Look at Godzilla, the whole Godzilla series, and how they persevere. Whether that's Godzilla -1, Godzilla versus Kong, or Godzilla X Kong New Empire, Shin Godzilla. As long as humans persevere, we will always find a way to overcome any threat, no matter how big or small. And that's the truth. That is very much a truth. Like, look at the same way. Like, the world is gonna end for Kaya. This man has been swimming for hours. He's going to drown. But the thing that's keeping him up, keeping him afloat, literally, is I keep giving him stamina. And as long as I keep giving him stamina, he will persevere. He will make it to that rock. Okay? And we will make it to Nod Cry afterwards. And that point, we just need to walk to the north end of the island and then stream can end. It's very simple. But look how he keeps swimming. And to quote Dory from Finding Nemo, just keep swimming. That's all you need to do, is just keep on moving. Slow motion is still better than no motion. And as long as humans still persevere for a better future, I feel like things can get better. You just need hope, just the same way Superman gives you hope. If the world ends in a variety of different ways, we just need to maintain, hold on to that. Believe that there are different ways to overcome the problems. And then when we get knocked down, we get back up. You know, we keep up the fight. Even if we lose people, even if we lose solutions, as long as we keep going forward, humanity will persevere and humanity will survive. And it's such a weird thing to think about, is the world ending, because again, we don't know how that's going to happen. We don't know if it's going to affect our lifetime, the next generation, the generation after that, or not happen for a while after. Could be, I don't know, could be any time. We don't know the future. We don't know what's going to happen. But what I can say is I'm going to try my best to survive. That's all I'm going to do. Like, people are like, what are you going to do if the asteroid hits the Earth and wipes out a lot of humanity? It's like, well, I guess I'll die. But if it's within my control, I'm going to try my best. If I know what's happening, I'm going to try my best to survive, you know? Maybe try and help my loved ones survive too. That's what all we can do in that situation, right? $50 stamina. Okay, come on, Kaya. Just like that. Just like that. What did I say? What did I just say? We made it. We actually did it. We made it. And then, okay. We can't mess this up. We can't mess this up. Where do we go? That rock right there. We're gonna go for that rock. Okay.
Go.
Dodge this.
Go, 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 go.
Life goes on.
Life goes on. Exactly, Chi-Chi. That's fine. That's fine. We're already there. We're already there. That's okay.
Faster.
We made it. We touched down. The last frontier. The final frontier. The upper part of Nod Cry. And we will end when we get to this point right here. The False Moon Institute, okay? We'll end stream then. I feel so fulfilled.
Time to go.
Come on, we gotta make it to the False Moon Institute. Yeah, so I want to talk about Nod Cry because we were kind of going on tangents a little bit. So Nod Cry, I think, is such a phenomenal addition to Genshin Impact. I think a lot of the issues people have with Natlan, this is like what Sumeru did after Inazuma, where it added a lot more that fixed a lot of the problems from the previous, where it was, even though it was all nations coming from all over, there was still like at least somewhat of a focus on like what the common goal was, and it didn't go too far away from the point it was trying to make. Like you can argue, for example, in Nefa, it had origins in Natlan. Yeah, I know who belonged to Nod Cry, right? You had, of course, I was gonna say Captain D-Luke, but no, it's Grandmaster Varka. There we go. I remember Grandmaster Varka, who represents Mondstadt. Or you had Nefer representing Sumeru, and so yeah, like you had all these people from all these nations coming together, and even having crossovers with Fontaine, with them coming over. I think Clorand and Navia made an appearance too at one point. So it's just really fun just seeing everything come together, despite it being, again, a lot of people from a lot of different cultures. It felt what's the word for it? It felt united. It felt it felt like it was one big piece, like one big, like a puzzle that you're putting together, right? But it's a puzzle piece where each piece fit in perfectly and served its purpose. That's what I felt from Natlan. And you had, I guess, the Torre coming in, and then of course, Child. Oh yeah, Child also made an appearance. And Arlecchino, I guess. Arlecchino representing Fontaine. So yeah, you had people from all over. But again, since it was so focused within its storytelling, I think that's what made Nod Cry so strong. I would say it's my third place nation. It goes Fontaine, Leeway, Nod Cry. Yeah, that's a good ranking. And then maybe Mondstadt as an honorable mention in terms of nations.
Use the force authorized.
All right, and with that, we're gonna touch it. Touch the butt. It is 1 in the morning, so I'm not gonna scream. But we fucking did it! We walked the entirety of, we'll skip like the smaller islands, of course, but we walked the entirety of, I was gonna say Genshin Impact, but I'm talking about Teyvat here. So we walked here, we crossed this ocean manually. We walked here. We came from here, flew over from here, through Natlan. We went through the Sumeru Desert twice, making sure we hit all of Fontaine, all of Leeway in Chenyu Vale, and then all of Leeway again, all of Sumeru again. And then, of course, the only time we teleported was to get from here, because it wasn't physically possible to get from the Sea of Clouds to the island. We teleported. That was the only time we cheated. But we took the boat back, and yeah, we made it from all the way over here. Yeah, granted, we missed the peak, but that's fine. We wanted to start over by our spawn point. So that was all of Teyvat, and we made it. So I want to do... Yeah, let's switch.
Just the two.
Switch Sakaya. There we go. Perfect. All right. And with that, I am going to end stream. So I want to thank everyone so much for joining me. This is the first time I did something like this. And granted, like I said before, I had a little bit of a cheat sheet here. I really like this site. It's called Conversation Starters. I was basically pulling up questions. Let me make it bigger for all of you. Basically, I was pulling up questions, and that way, as someone who's not really that great with streaming, I try my best to talk more and more throughout. So the fact that I was coming up with these stories, I was actually surprised on how well I did. I was coming up with stories. Sorry I wasn't looking at chat. If you were typing in chat, I apologize. I wanted more to focus on me talking in stream. And when I get good with that and become more natural with that, then I'll look at chat and I'll respond to you guys. Sorry about that. But I actually really liked how this turned out. I liked how this site turned out. How do you think the world would end? I was pulling from there. So if you want to use that, that's great. Let's see what you guys were saying. Underrated channel. I appreciate it. Eladair streams. I appreciate it. Arctic Fears. Hey, what's up? So, yeah, if you guys like this content, just let me know. Subscribe, follow me on Twitch. It's Seyorias on Twitch and YouTube. And let me know what you guys want to see, because I'm excited for Sneznaya. I will be posting a stream for that. I want to see if I want to edit this. I think I had a lot of good moments here, so I want to see if I could edit what we did here today, because that would be fun. But thanks for watching, everyone. I appreciate you all coming to support me. It really means a lot. And as much as I'm like a smaller channel who, you know, still has a long way to go, I still want to make content just as a hobby, as for fun. And if I can provide good entertainment for all of you in a fun way like this, just let me know. But thanks for watching, everyone. I'm going to end stream today. And I hope everyone has, if you're on the East Coast like me, have a great night. If you are, I guess it's also, for everyone on the West Coast, also kind of nighttime because it's around 10 p.m. your time. So I hope everyone on the West Coast has a good night, and everyone else internationally or anywhere else. I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay. Thanks for watching. Take care, everyone. And